What's going on, guys? Yo, man. I'm so glad, dude. For once, I'm not being blinded by this blaring light inches away from my face. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, so we're doing a weird test here. I spend a lot of my day essentially here on the interwebs, responding to comments, kind of just doing my thing. I think what I'm going to start doing. Wait, hold on. I guess it would help if I put a microphone over here. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, guys? I'm a total moron. You think eventually, after doing this for so long, that I would learn some lessons, but alas, I'm here to fuck shit up. Let's be real. I was streaming a lot for a while there, and I had a really good time, dude. I had some good watchers, man. Lu Hong, Ricardo, and people like that. It was a great time, dude. Pixie would stop in all the time. You know, Nikki would stop in. And it was really good. But the problem was I was releasing way too much content, and the algorithm was shifting. But I kind of want to move away from like general videos in general. I mean, I'm still going to do them. Like, I'm going to cut, crop, and do all this stuff. But I plan on just streaming again. And then what parts of the stream I like, I'm going to turn into content. And then still do my regular shows and my reactions and stuff like that. But it means I'm going to be working a little bit more. But, dude, we got to do something. You know what I mean? And I figured I'd just start going over the stuff that I do in my day. So sometimes video games will be on the screen. Sometimes I'll be watching like a political video. Sheesh. Sometimes I'll, be doing my suno meditations, which is what I'll be doing right now. Why is this not liking the song? Or like, what? Hey, what up, soul? So we're just going to go through a few things here. We're going to go to the following tab and just look for some shit to react to and talk about and, see what's going on, dude. See if I recognize any names in here. Tentacle Mommy. What? All right, dude. Let's get our window capture on. Whoa. Boom. Done. Yeah, dude, I just commented on it. I did not listen to the song, obviously. Yeah. I did see that, and I do have it. I added it to the playlist already, but I have not listened to it, obviously, because I'm supposed to listen to it on Saturday. But I have it on the playlist. You're the second one. I think it goes Light Warrior U. Here's hoping you win, bro. Because if Kia wins again, she has the most wins in the challenge history, so she's the overall winner. I think Easy has 1 win. I think I have 2 wins. I think Light Warrior has 2 wins, and I think JC has 3, and Kia has 3. So hopefully, but most people on their first showing win, dude. I will be banned. Nah, dude. I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I won't ban you, dude. We're always good, dude. We're good. So let's get into some Suno songs here, see what we can find, comment on all that jazz, dude. We're just doing our normal morning that we normally do, but we're just going to do it on camera. I will say, the way that so many people name their songs is kind of shit, and I don't like half the names people put out there. Hey, it's Street Dolls. All right, let's take a look. This one's called It, Red Balloons. Is this like it's K-pop, man. Fuck. All right, well, let's get into it.
Come play.
Kia would be banned, yeah.
Red balloons floating in the night, whispers and dairy, shadows out of sight. Pennywise is smiling, teeth.
That's literally a penny. You fuck, man. I hate Suno's shit, bro. Pennywise K-pop, huh? Okay, well, I'm not much of a horror guy, but let's do it.
Floating in the night, whispers and dairy, shadows out of sight. Pennywise is smiling, teeth so white. Follow the laughter, it don't feel right. Under the street lights, secrets hide. Every corner, every train, fears alive. Hold my hand, don't let go, or the clown will steal your soul.
All right, I mean, so far I'm not like the syllable count is a little high, dude. Like it's actually working out pretty well here. This sounds more like a stereotypical structured song. Like it's playing to like the basic rules of song structure. None of the rhymes are very complicated, but you know you don't really need to be. Like the rhymes themselves are very simple lines that most people could probably like sparse themselves. But I mean, it's got the right amount of syllables. Like its count is pretty fucking on point. Like the rhymes are following in perfect sequence. Like it's just a very strongly worded song, even if it's not really like the style of music that I would fuck with.
It's red balloons in the rain. It's dancing with your pain in Dairy Town. Can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name. It's red balloons in the rain. It's dancing with your pain in Dairy Town. Can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name.
Okay, I will say having a repeating chorus when the verses are already that long might be a step in the wrong direction. But I could totally be wrong. I don't understand K-pop like at all. Maybe that's just a common trope, and I'm speaking out of my ass. I fully accept that capability or the possibility.
Step in the sewers, hear the children cry. Painted smile, hiding a monster inside. Twist of the fun, twist of the lies. Candy-coated horror behind blue eyes. Street lights, secrets hide. Every corner, every train, fears alive. Hold my hand, don't let go, or the clown will steal your soul.
I will say something about it that I'm not necessarily on board with. Is that like maybe this is also common in K-pop and I just don't know, but like the music is so quiet compared to like how loud her voice is. There's almost like no production in the background. Like what is there sounds good, but it sounds like the voice is significantly overpowering the mix.
It's red balloons in the rain. It's dancing with your pain.
Maybe it's just my head because it sounds a lot better in the chorus. But like the verses, and I understand that like typically the instrumentation in verses lowers, right? Like because the musical crescendo happens in the chorus, so that's where you want like the wall of noise and the catharsis and all of that to be, or the release. And the verses are usually a little more muted, so that like the vocals can kind of take the center stage. That's kind of common in music. It's just, man, that instrumentation feels very quiet compared to the voice during the verses. Ah, it's just K-pop? Okay, dude, openly admit that I am not in this target audience. You know what I mean?
Dancing with your pain in Dairy Town. Can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name. It's red balloons in the rain. It's dancing with your pain in Dairy Town. Can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name. Step in the shadows, I move like a ghost. Red balloons floating, I fear them the most. Pennywise lurking, teeth sharp like a knife. I'm playing.
Yeah, there's like no bite to the beat right now. Like the voice is doing very good work here, but like that beat is not like accentuating that voice at all. You know what I mean? I could just be me. You know what I mean?
Pennywise lurking, teeth sharp like a knife. I'm playing with fire, welcome to my life. Dairy streets twisted, secrets in the drains. Hear the children scream, I feel their pain. Smile painted red, heart beating insane. Follow the clown, but I won't go down the drain. Catch me in the sewers, running through the dark. Every step I take, I leave my mark. Twisting every fear, flipping every lie. Red balloons popping, I don't even cry. No candy for me, I chew on the game. Pennywise knows my name, but I spit the flame. Balancing horror with a little delight. I'm taking you down tonight.
Yeah. Like the writing is still solid. You know what I mean? Again, all of the rhymes are like simple rhymes. None of them are like, very complicated. But like in a K-pop song, you don't want to have like lyrically dense metaphors and a bunch of like the references here, and like it's all on brand. It's on point, dude. And, like I don't even know anything about it, but I know enough from like the commercials and shit to know what Pennywise looks like and shit. And like it's cool that like it's kind of hearkening to all of those things. This is a very good meta song for what it's doing. The musicality of it's not where I personally like to lay my head.
Don't look back. Don't look back. He's under. So look back. Red balloons in the rain. Dancing with your pain and every time can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name. It's red balloons in the rain. Dancing with your pain.
It's also like very bold to use it like that way, but it's not sounding bad. Like when I use id, like because the id within and shit, man, it fucking butchers that so hard.
Every time can't escape the game. Pennywise waits calling your name. Pennywise waits calling your name. Pennywise waits calling your name.
I am not meant for this song. A solid track. Hey, I checked this out on stream. A solid track. Not Pennywise should have been the rap verse. That'd have been sick. Not really my style per se, but the writing is strong. I do feel the music I do feel the music was somewhat quiet on the mix. Quiet on the mix. Just be wrong here. Oh, that's not how you, whatever. Thank God spell check is a thing, bro. I'll still fuck it up. All right, dude. Oh, I went into Pro's chat and I said, if anyone wants me to listen to their song, send it to me and I'll do it. But I think everyone just didn't give a shit. All right. Human. The mic. This guy releases so many songs a day. Jesus fuck, man. I'm sorry, dude. What gets me to click a song is a dope fucking title. My Shadow Won't Come Home by Creative Mind. It's a funk tropica. I'm out, dude. Tick a tock tick. No, I don't want to fucking. That just sounds not. The name was cool, but Jesus fuck. Yeah, man, send them. I'll jump on them. Loving the Lost. I did already react to that. That was a pretty cool song. Damn, bro. No one's really shit since then. All right, dude. We're just gonna do it the correct way. Then we're gonna hit up notifications. Dumbstruck. You know what, dude? I love my boy Dumbstruck. Does he have a new song here yet? Because if he does not, he does not. Okay. Well, then we're gonna go hit up his album Flickr. And we're gonna grab one of these because I like my boy Dumbstruck, bro.
Whisper of your name falls on me like rain. lose you in the dawn, still I hold on. Every step you take, blooming in my chest. Even when you fade, you're the one that stays.
So I like the one. Dude. I like the wordplay here. It's very soft. It's very universal. Like you whisper your name, falls on me like rain. Lose you in the dawn, still I hold on. Like this line or this sentence or this verse has like a level of universal approach to it. Nothing is being explicitly really named other than times of days and places that all exist for all of us, right? So all you need to buy into this verse is like being in love or having a longing for someone or whatever, not necessarily like nothing's named, like nothing is specific to him here. This is really good writing, even though it comes off very vague. And for people like me, I personally prefer more personalized things about like, you know, an individual experience. But this is what we call as good writing. Like when someone is like taking like a feeling of depression or sadness or loneliness that they're feeling because of a situation and then distilling it in a way that is palpable to multiple people. That's taking very complex feelings and distilling them into very simple ideas that are translatable by a higher majority of people. Now, my problem is a lot of the times it feels like it appeals to the lowest common denominator when you do that. But that's just because I'm an overly complex, egotistical, like if I don't know the exact thing you're describing to me, you leave it up to me. And then like, you know, my own dumbness imposes on those songs that is not necessarily intended by the creator. So like, my songs never do this, and I have to try my hardest now to try and make songs that do this. Which is why, like, my last chapter, to the people that do like my music, it is often their favorite of my albums because it is the most universal of my albums, because it doesn't really necessarily name exactly what I'm thinking or feeling, and it doesn't beat you over the nose with it. You know, I need to learn this fucking style of writing so goddamn hard.
Every step you take, blooming in my chest.
And I'll check them out right after this track, my dude.
Even when you fade, you're the one that stays.
Ooh.
My pedal in the wind.
Like, that's such a good line. You're my pedal in the wind. Like, what the fuck? Dude, Dumbstruck is secretly, like, one of the best content creators on this platform. And, like, the fact that he doesn't even upload shit anymore. Like, he's one of the only people I've ever seen that goes around and likes other people's music and asks for nothing in return. This one's called In the Wind. You can't even find it on his Dumbstruck's page. You have to go through his playlist because he unpublished almost all of his songs. Like, this is one of the when people ask me one of my favorite content creators on Suno, Dumbstruck is the name that comes to mind. Like, he has such a good ear. And on top of that, he's one of the few creators not playing the game. Like, as much as I love all my boys and Pros Discord and, you know, even the people that participate in my challenge, like, I always feel just slightly an undercurrent of the transaction that's happening. That we're both people or artists in these groups that want to be heard and seen. Of course, man, I'll send it your way. But like, Dumbstruck literally doesn't do that. He just goes and listens to other people's music and never asks for anything reciprocal. He doesn't even publish a lot of new music. Like, he just listens. And then occasionally he drops a fucking fire track, and then half the time he'll unpublish it afterwards. Like, it's such he's so antithetical to the game or the social media aspect of Suno that it's like awe-inspiring, and it fills me with hope. I don't know how to describe it in any other way, dude. Dude's a true fucking hero, man.
You're my pedal in the wind. Living softly on my skin.
That's fucking sick. That's a decent metaphor.
Only love
Bro, just think about that, dude. A lot, like even I just did a song with Pro that, you know, obviously I'm gonna openly admit this in the song. Pro's verse was better than mine. You know what I mean? Like Pro had a verse that he went deeper. Like he just went deeper in like metaphor and thought. It covered a wider range of topics. It talked about how poor people are just as rich people in different ways. He talked about perspective. He talked about how someone in church or a priest can be super angry and how a person that might be full of sin could be actually a very decent person despite that. Like those are really good metaphors. So like in my verse with Pro, I try to play the everyman, which I'm not very good at. So my verse was just worse on every way. It sounded all right. You know, I liked it. I still bang it. You know what I mean? But like Pro beat me if we were competing on like who had the most fire verse. Now, luckily we weren't doing that, but still like I can sit here and openly admit that Pro's verse was longer and it had a few more like writing errors, like for songs, but it was better. It was tonally better. It fit the theme of the chorus better. It was just better. You know what I mean? But like, because he used metaphors, one of the things that a lot of people need to, like myself included, because I'm way too on the nose with my writing, is real rappers use metaphors while describing things instead of just, yo, it was hot as fuck. You know what I mean? Like they'll explain the difference of a thing through like a metaphorical lens. That's what good rappers do. And Pro managed to do that in our song, just like our boy here did, with like repeating this line. So he used the metaphor of like a petal in the wind, like dancing upon someone's skin, right? And then like he repeats the petal in the wind. I tried to do that with Mind in my song with Pro. It did not land nearly as good as this did here. Like holy fuck, man.
My pedal in the wind.
That fucking voice, dude. This is a 4.5 render. Remaster this, dude.
Shadows in your eyes told me last goodbyes.
But like he's not following typical song structure either. Like he's got like two verses here and then a super long chorus and then we just repeat a portion of the chorus again. Like this is not like standard songwriting and yet it's fucking amazing. Yeah, it's 4.5 right here, buddy. He made this November 19th. I'll send it to you right now.
Come back softly.
Ooh. Yo, can I remix this? Is that a thing? You bitch.
Still I forgive. You're my pedal in the wind.
Ooh.
Lost but found in everything. Ooh, even time can make you dim.
That's good writing, dude.
My pedal in the wind.
That was flawless. Bruh, please remaster this song. Please. It's so good. Hot mouth, dude. Hot mouth. Yeah, all the way. Dude, we just hot mouth the fuck out of this. Preach. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe Dumbstruck is like a fucking legend and he just doesn't do anything with it. That's crazy. All right, let's get into Chaos Inside, bro. By our boy Soul Leak. I have not liked this one. Here's Idalta. Let's check the comments first. Hey, there's some Starlight. We love Starlight. Oh, and Idalta. That's all we got, bro. Where are the homies at, bro? Where are? Hold on. Okay, let me take a look here. Pause. So it looks like, did you use the Chat GPT? I'm starting to recognize Chat GPT artwork. Because I'm also starting to use them. And something that, like, before we get into this, let me just show you a thing here. Oh wait, hold on. I don't have it set up for that right now. All right, we'll just do this real quick. Pause. Okay, didn't restart. Cool. All right.
Slowly.
I could tell that DJ Khaled got up in you, my dude. Nice. So I actually use Comfy UI to build my own artwork from scratch, and then I upscale it through ChatGPT because you get 5 a day. So some of my artwork is starting to look a little better now because I'm not just using essentially Cativia's porn models. All right, dude. Let's get into it, dude.
Slowly. I don't say much, I just carried away. Eyes half closed, but I'm wide awake. Every bump feels like a risk I take, cause the past, don't forget it, just reshapes. I move like I'm fine, but I'm cracked inside. Keep it all in, let the truth just hide. If pain had a face, I recognize. I've been walking with it my whole life.
So I like it. So far, we're already really good. You're telling a pretty decent story so far about like what it's like to like essentially kind of be like a, I don't know, an outcast, someone stuck in between happiness and like a found place. As someone myself that was like a pretty troublesome child that did some wild things and then got essentially ousted from not only our family, you know, and I'm adopted, so there's like a layer of that and all that shit. But like, I also got, you know, ousted by society, dude. I was literally expelled from like every school you could go to. They had to send me to a crazy kid school because I was a crazy kid, bro. Like, I'm not even, by the 6th grade, I was already been expelled for assaulting teachers and shit, you know, beating the fuck out of anyone that told me what to do. I was a very bad child, dude. So rightfully so, I was kind of placed in this like level of constant confinement while they were trying to pump me with drugs. And bro, I stand here today on none of those things. And then I remember like when I got older and like when I was 17, they took me into a meeting and were like, oh, I think I was 16 at the time. Like, oh, hey man, looks like you're cured of your ADHD and bipolar disease. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you don't have a crazy outburst. And I'm like, yeah, it's because I'm working on it. Like, I don't think you just cure those things. You know, and that was also the day I found out I was adopted by a doctor that I had just met. Birth, adopted. I was like, I'm adopted? What? Like, what a fucking day. So I like all this, man. I know what it's, I can't tell you exactly what it's like to live life through the current predicament that you're in. But what I can tell you is I know what it's like to be like an outcast, constantly dealing with like some type of resentment, animosity, or self-hatred, or, you know, I know what it's like to carry all of that. So from that perspective, I'm grappling with what you're putting down here. And even if you're not really doing that, like, I understand that, like, come on, bro. Like, that anger came from somewhere, right? I didn't just fall into angry one day.
At a face I recognize. I've been walking with it my whole life. Young and I thought that the rules meant truth. Now I see they were chains and the soldiers of youth. Every mission carved lines in my mind, left pieces of me I can't go back and find. Tried to be perfect, I paid that cost. Turns out perfection just means more loss. You follow the code, you bury your heart, then wonder why everything falls apart.
I mean, that's an incredibly mature take, you know what I mean? Like, the things we do, you know, we try to build up this like monolithic version of self because in our youth, our mind lies to us and tells us that like things are figured out. Like when I was, you know, a young man, I thought that I'd figured out the world, that I figured out the universe. And then I figured that like right and wrong were as clear as day. The problem with age and the problem with growing is that you start to realize that right and wrong are merely perspectives. And they're in constant flux. Like, think about this, dude. Like, the Nazi guys that did the crazy shit in Nazi Germany were very bad people. But like after the war, because they were so brilliant, we paid them money to come to America, absolved them of their crimes and sins, and then they started corporations. And some of those corporations are alive today. Like mobsters were criminals up until they weren't. You know what I mean? They got big enough and strong enough that they became corporations. Like, fuck, dude. When you think about it that way, dude, it's a little wild.
Wonder why everything falls apart. I remember the nights that I couldn't say. Voices still echo from choices I made.
I can see that AI line right there, that echo. Come on, bro. You said it was earlier stuff, though, so it makes sense.
Couldn't say. Voices still echo from choices I made. I carry them all, yeah, I don't let go. They live in the silence that nobody knows. Now trust is a door that I barely cracked. Too many times it just faded to black. So I stand in the middle, composed and still. But it's not that I'm strong, I just learned to deal. I don't say.
See, that's a surprisingly mature take for a young man. Like, a lot of us like to drape ourselves in, like, armor and say that, like, oh, we are strong because we stood. It's like, well, no. We stood because we had to. Like, there's a difference. You know what I mean? Like, it is strength, but it's not like strength in the way that, like, we talk about strength. I mean, it is strength to stand for your moral conviction. But, like, it's more like it's restraint than it is strength, you know? There's another vector there that probably is a better identifier for what you're doing than strength. So I respect it. That's really dope, especially for a younger man to have that opinion. Like, you're learning a valuable lesson from stoicism that most people gloss over, you know?
Still, but it's not that I'm strong, I just learned to deal. I don't say much, I just carried away. Eyes half closed, but I'm wide awake. Every bond feels like a risk I take. Cause the past, don't forget it, just reshapes. I move like I'm fine, but I'm cracked inside. Keep it all in, let the truth just hide. If pain had a face, I recognize. I've been walking with it my whole life. Now I got others down paths, I survive. Teach them to fight, teach them how to stay alive. They see control, they don't see the strain. Don't see the ghost that replay in my brain. I learn real quick how attachments break. So I measure every step I take.
Man, this is how you know I'm getting old, bro. I lose myself all the time when I'm watching fucking the lyrics here, bro. I'm old as fuck.
Care too much and you pay that price. World takes once, then it takes it twice. But still I'll protect it, I won't let it end. Even if losing is all that I've been.
I like that, dude. So one of my favorite characters in video game history is Cloud Strife, dude. And the reason why I love Cloud Strife is because technically his story is way more gripping than that of like Zack Fair or Sephiroth. The characters in this game that represent the things that Cloud is trying to be are idolized in different ways. Sephiroth is like skill incarnate, you know, and what it means to be successful and then to be corrupted. Zack is like natural talent incarnate. Zack was naturally funny. He was naturally good with girls. He was a natural leader. He was naturally strong. He held up honor, and he succeeded at everything that he was doing up until he didn't. He ultimately died. But then, like, you have Cloud, who wanted to become a soldier, wasn't strong enough mentally to do it, even though he had the physical capability. He was an outcast from a young age in his own village for being weird and abstract. And then after Tifa almost died, he was blamed for her death, despite the fact that she ran across that bridge and all of her friends abandoned her and he was the only one to follow her. So he paid a price for loyalty. He paid a price for chasing his dreams, and ultimately, Cloud failed. That's not something you see a lot in fantasy fiction, a character that fails. And then from that failure, Cloud was built up into a more mythical creature. But like, he knew failure. He knew loss. These things are way more intriguing to me as a person. It's why Batman is cooler than Superman. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Superman's got a cool story too. like being an alien in a foreign country and realizing that you have the power to rip the world in half and then utilizing your strength above all else is very interesting. But like, what's more compelling to a human is someone being human, you know, and going through those human things. Sephiroth was too much of a success and he was too powerful. Zack, everything was going good for him until it wasn't. In Cloud, we have the distillation of failure becoming great. And that's a far more compelling story and a far better character arc than just being great to begin with. You know what I mean? Hell yeah, dude. Failure is a great place to learn very valuable lessons.
Even if losing is all that I've been, if I can be something they never had, maybe the future won't hurt this bad. Still, there's a part of me stuck in time, right where everything crossed that line. I walk forward, but I feel that pull, like I left something there that made me whole. I don't say much, I just carry the weight. Eyes half closed, but I'm wide awake. Every bump feels like a risk I take. Cause the past, don't forget it, just reshapes. I move like I'm fine, but I'm cracked inside. Keep it all in, let the truth just hide. If pain had a face, I'd recognize. I've been walking with it my whole life. If I let it.
That is something interesting. Like, we are an accumulation of choices that we've made throughout time. And unfortunately, our choices affect people outside of just us. So people get to tell our story even after we're no longer here to tell it ourselves. And sometimes they'll say things that you don't really like to hear or want to hear. And maybe you did hear them ahead of time, but your ego protected you from them. So, like, you just assumed you were correct. It's very possible that that's very likely for most of us. But like, your choices and decisions follow alongside you, kind of like your conscience. Like, that pain is something you carry forever. And every action you do will always have like an effect on you. Think about, like, from the perspective of Dostoevsky's character in Crime and Punishment. Like, that man had every reason to kill the person that he killed. Every reason. She was a bad person. But there are certain actions that you do that you can never escape. And like, there are certain lines that you cross that you can't uncross. That's why soldiers that go to war come back with PTSD. Some of the things they've done, even if they've done them for good reasons and they do them again, doesn't necessarily mean they live guilt-free of the consequences of those actions. Like, our past very much walks shoulder to shoulder with us and reminds us of our choices constantly. And then sometimes learning to let go of those things is like the ultimate life mission. Most of us will fail at that.
I've been walking with it my whole life. If I let it out, would I fall apart? Or just finally feel what I kept in the dark? Either way, I don't take that chance. I just tighten the mask and continue the stance. So I stay in the gray, where the feelings don't show, where the answers ain't clear, but I still gotta go. Not a hero, not lost, just somewhere between, holding together what's left of me.
Bro.
And if one day the weight finally breaks, at least I know I gave all it takes. Till then I move like the storms my guide, calm on the surface with chaos inside.
That's good. That's good.
Soul Leak.
And then even ended on Soul Leak. I'll tell you what, man. I really like that track. And I tell you what, I even wrote something similar. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to compare our tracks and then talk about some stuff. And then we'll go listen to your other one. Bruh. This was sick. My dude did a better pursuit of tomorrow than I did, and I am here for it. All right. That was fire. All right, so let's do it like this. We got a notification. No. Okay, let's do it like this real quick. Songs top, dude. Right here, dude. So remember the way that you wrote that? I'm glad you liked it. Sorry for the A word. Oh, dude, don't apologize. I just give people a hard time. That's it. That's all I do. And you'll probably hear some AI words in this one because this, bro, I'm not even lying to you. Okay, when I wrote this song, this was the ending track of my album, My Last Chapter. Okay, this track took me 2,000 credits. I could scroll through my create tab and go all the way to the bottom, and you'll see that I made this song so many times. And then when this song came out, it clicked. So the way you covered this topic, Chaos Inside, is going to be somewhat in here. Now, this was a song for me about stoicism and dealing with like moving from those things, but it mentions some of those same concepts that you were talking about. And I think that you even hit on them better than I did. And like I said, you'll probably see some AI-isms in this song as well. And if I hear them, I'll point them out because I did feed this to AI to try and because dude, I wrote this like 15 times, okay, and it was not working. You know what I mean? All right, let's get into it.
Found a reason to believe in things unseen and what we weave between you and me. A thread of grace, a whisper hung in empty space. At the edges of what shaped my skin lies a letter to God I never sent, and no soul was mended, no prayer addressed, but still my friend, you're the peace in my chest. In pursuit of some
Bruh. Oh, you bitch. I fucking hate that pause thing. Almost the same flow at the beginning. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like that cadence thing, fucking fire, bro. But like a thing unseen in what we weave between you and me, a thread of grace, a whisper hung in empty space, my dude. Come on, bro. That was wild. But we're gonna get down to an AIism, I think, down here in a little bit.
things unseen and what we weave between you and me. A thread of grace, a whisper hung in empty space. At the edges of what shaped my skin lies a letter to God I never sent, and no soul was mended, no prayer addressed, but still my friend, you're the peace in my chest. In pursuit of tomorrow, we borrow from sorrow and breathe again, though broken within. No halo, no crown, just the will not to drown. In pursuit of tomorrow, we begin again. With what time I hold today, I pray the fears of yesterday decay. There I stand between the lines where rhythm bends and reason shines. You trace the wrinkles in my mind, a debt unpaid, but love's not confined. In pursuit of tomorrow, your hand in mine, light meets light through the afterglow divine. In pursuit of tomorrow, we borrow from sorrow and breathe again, though broken within. No halo, no crown, just the will not to drown. In pursuit of tomorrow, we begin again.
Dude, I won't lie, bro. It's smooth as fuck, dog. I still think this is one of the better songs I've made, bro.
What would the voice of yesterday?
All right, so this is the one that I wanted to like kind of brought me to with yours. What would the voice of yesterday say to a man who stumbled his own way? Like, obviously, I'm making it through my life, but like I am not doing well. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm alive. You know what I mean? A fool with a pen, a prayer for a plan, a shadow trying to become a man. So something that I say a lot in my reactions that a lot of people I feel like gloss over or don't understand is that like I think that we are, to some extent, our drive and impulses. Like And where the line is drawn on where these are bad differ for each person. One person's agreement on greed is like any money outside of what you immediately need is greedy. But like, let's say you're a father and you need to save money for your child. Now saving money is not just not greedy. It's also like the thing you should do. Like, but to someone who has nothing, that could be greedy because you're saving for an eventuality that may never come to pass. So people's idea on greed here could be woefully different, based off of their own immediate need. And again, when your needs change, your definition of greed would change to match it. And like unilaterally, this is how it works for most things. Everything is in proximity to your own needs and survival. And things change based off of those needs and survivals changing. Like, that's why people can keep asking for more even when they have enough, because sometimes they don't recognize that they've entered another need of survival, or they're lost that need of survival and they're entering a different domain. And then some people look at it only from their own perspective without ever looking at like what someone else is doing. So when we say greed bad, I don't really know what anyone means because I don't know what they mean by greed. Where is their definition of greed and how is that definition being applied to most people? Because like a general sentiment for most time is that then greed has been bad. In my entire life growing up, I heard greed bad. My parents probably heard greed bad, and yet greed keeps getting worse for every person. Why? Why is it that despite our best forward stuff talking about greed being bad, is greed increasing in scale on a wide variety of people? It's because like we don't know what people mean when they say greed bad. We have an inclination based off of an inference of our own understanding of what greed is. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they mean when they say greed bad. And I think that most of us are just those drives that we have conscious that we utilize to try and force goodwill on the beast, but we are in constant flux with the beast inside. The drive to eat, the drive to live, the drive to survive, all of these things harken back to greed, and they all kind of funnel into like the spine of what a person is. Because without those wants, desires, and greed, you would just simply not exist. Like if what some form of selfishism is like kind of tantamount to survival, but like going too far in any of those directions is bad. So when I say like a shadow becoming a man, I mean your darker aspects of you, the parts of you that got angry for people lying to you or for being treated wrongly or demanding that you have some fair treatment, are all born from like ego and the defense of self. Like if you had zero ego or zero greed, when someone came over and talked shit about you, you would do absolutely nothing because you don't value you as an entity. But like some ego and some greed are necessary for people to survive and live. We are, to some extent, our shadow, and we try to modulate that shadow with our conscience and our morality and our ethics and our frameworks in which we value our life. But one could argue that we could not exist without that shadow. That shadow definitionally is a big portion of who you are, if not the dominant portion. But you say that and people are like, they don't like that answer. So, and you're like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm just talking psychology here.
We begin again. What would the voice of yesterday say to the man who stumbled his own way? A fool with a pen, a prayer for a plan, a shadow trying to become a man, a rhythm offbeat, a dream incomplete. Still I gather my fragments, not in defeat. Call it fate or the price of being free. Oh, to be what you see when the cost was me. Addicted and afflicted, numb but still conflicted, convicted and evicted, yet somehow still depicted. To the future uncertain, wide as the sea, I see a chance to be freed from apathy. You my muse, my mirror, my light, from broken blues to sleepless nights. I write my failures into stars, constellations of who we are. Through every scar, the truth remains. We lose to learn what love sustains. In pursuit of tomorrow, we borrow from sorrow and breathe again, though broken within.
Okay, this song didn't have any AI-isms in it, actually. This was a good one.
No halo, no crown, just the will not to drown. In pursuit of
at Pro here. Oh, you can't even see it. Pro said, kind of sad, kind of relaxing, dig it. That's your critical analysis of my song, Pro, you son of a bitch. All right. I love my boy. Let's see. This one's called Hide and Seek. By our boy Soul Leak. I wonder if it's gonna say it. It says Soul now. All right. All right, let's take a look at the comments. We got Custer. General Custard, dude. Look out, Native American women. We got Lucid. We got I Survived. We got Pro. Misspelling the word the. I got to give Pro a hard time, bro. Use your co-host podcasting. One of my more regretted songs, but some people seem to enjoy it. Regretted songs. All right. Oh, I already see the word static. I love you, man.
Late night shit, I got my name in the mouth. Dead street lights while the cold creeps out. Mindful static, got a war in the house. Trying to lock demons out, but they going through the couch. Mirror got a stranger, swear he look just like me. Eye bloodshot, moving slow, can't sleep. Every hallway stretch when the night too deep. Playing hide and seek with a soul I can't keep. Everybody gone when the room turn black. Memory ghosts keep.
Ghosts. That's two. But I mean, dude, like, so far, dude, it's bouncing perfect. Like, that cadence is going good. You got a good syllable count here, dude. Like, it's not missing anywhere.
Pulling me back. I've been running laps through the same damn trap. Heartbeat heavy with enough in my back. Circle after circle, same pain replay. Feel myself fading every damn day. Try to hide thoughts, but they know where I stay. Voices in my skull, got my whole mind caged.
Don't know where to go. Lost in the dark where the cold wind blow. Hide from myself, but the fear still close. Ain't nowhere left when the pain don't know. We play hide and seek inside my brain. I run in circles, but I feel the same. Try to disappear from the guilt and shame, but the dark knows.
I will openly tell you, I'm liking it so far. I do not like that musical effect of that like raising sound on the chorus. But it's just because it's like it's doing an uptick, and usually those are not in my rep. I'll probably explain to you what I mean after this song. I'll go play it. There's a song by Joseph Arthur that I really like. It's literally one of my favorite songs of all time, and the chorus has that same kind of. It does like a step up. I can't explain it. I'm not musically talented at this, but like the tone of the track moves in an upward dynamic, and it always just. I don't know what it is about it. It's just something that when I hear it, I don't like it.
Try to disappear from the guilt and shame, but the dark know me and it scream my name. Hide and seek, can't tell if I'm weak or just can't sleep. Yeah. Every corner got a piece of me, lost in my head where the ghosts all creep.
Quick page running through the.
That is a cool usage of ghost. Like these things that creep in your head, essentially like memories or feelings or stuff like that like essentially haunt you. That's why ghost is such a used word by AI, because it implies so much with its usage. Because like just by saying a ghost, that implies the horror of being haunted, something that you can't kill, something that you can't fight back, something that has total control. Like it encapsulates so many feelings and emotions in just the usage of a single word. And it does a lot of heavy lifting too. But that is a really good usage of the word ghost.
My head where the ghosts all creep.
Quick page running through the maze in my mind again. Shadows in the hall like they finna grin. Lock doors, dead boats till they getting in. Mask on my face, but the fear too thin. Spin, I've been circling pain. Rain on the windshield, blood my brain. Late night scenes got me dodging my name. Every bad thought wanna jump in my lane. Mind play tricks like a southern ghost story. Night so cold, no glory. Trying to rewrite this on the inventory, but the same old wounds keep telling my story. Dug low, move slow.
That's a good use of the word inventory. I like that. That was a good bar. That was a good little rhyme right there, my dude. That's an uncommon rhyme, and you used it flawlessly.
But the same old wounds keep telling my story. Dug low, move slow, heartbeat racing. High from the grief, but the grief stay chasing. Smoking my lungs and my thoughts malfunction. Life feel cursed like a bad obstruction.
Okay.
Who am I?
Rhyming obstruction is also a wild fucking flex. Okay. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Give me more of that.
Heartbeat racing, high from the grief, but the grief stay chasing. Smoking my lungs and my thoughts malfunction. Life feel cursed like a bad obstruction.
Who am I hiding from? Every door lead back home. Every road been
I remember hide and seek as a kid in the dark, laughing while the porch light covered the yard. Now it feel twisted, something shattered my heart. Ain't no counting to 10 when the field wanna start. Running in circles through memory burn. Every lesson heard, every bridge overturned. Trying to find peace, but the map got turned. Every time I heal, something else get learned. I hide from rage, hide pain, hide sorrow. Tell myself maybe I survive tomorrow. Still got a rebel soul screaming, don't follow. But the sadness hit deep like a hard pill swallow. Can I run shadow that live in my skin? Can't fake smiles when the night cave in. Man, I hide and seek, never know who win. Every loss replay when I close my lids. We play hide and seek inside my brain. I run in circles, but I feel the same. Trying to disappear from the guilt and shame, but the dark know me and it scream my name. Hide and seek, my soul out, I can't find peace. Every hallway got a ghost of me, lost in my head where the lost souls meet.
As a lost soul, I approve this message. I mean, dude. So I have the benefit of being almost 40 years old now. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm going to show you a song I wrote when I was 18. Okay, and you can see how much of a better writer you are than me already at your age. You know what I mean? Like, at 18, I'm going to show you a song I wrote. I literally rapped it on stage. Like, this was like, I tried to be a rapper in Los Angeles. And one of the songs I'm going to show you is a song I wrote at the age of fucking 18, 19. I was in Alaska when I wrote it. I recorded it in Sony Acid, and I used a Rock Band mic to do it. Now this version of the song is not that way. It's obviously going to be done with like AI, but this song is a song that I used to actually physically rap, dude. All right, so just, you know, you got this. All right, hold on. Let's actually comment though. Hey, yo. I heard this on stream and your writing blows me away, King. Sheesh. All right, let's get into. And then I rewrote this song again on this album so that it's not dog shit. Here it is. A lot of these songs I wrote when I was 18. So, bro, do not feel bad whatsoever. Like, my writing was an atrocity. And I still stand by this song, bro. I have not heard it. No, I have not. But I will go and listen to it and give it a good amount of plays and likes and comments and shit. Because ain't no one ever clicked my albums either, bro, on YouTube. And it's like a fucking heartbreak. All right, let's see if I can do this again. I stand here convicted like that picture depicted. Addicted, constricted about the reflection of my connection. It's in my head, it's in my heart like an infection. I take this resurrection. Like, bro, I used to rap this all the time, bro. I used to have a Tupac voice I'd do it to. I ain't that guy no more, dude.
I stand here convicted, like the picture depicted, addicted and constricted by the reflection of our shared connection. In my head, in my heart, like an infection, I'll take this resurrection and pull it apart at the seams. The ray beams, the Lord projects into my dream, the fleas of my nightmares. I awake only to pull out my own hair. These haunting, taunting, flaunting, screaming images burning bright in my mind. All I wanna do is die, too afraid to cry, so I hang my head down, ponder why I write my note to say goodbye. But the words get stuck in my throat. Am I sad of sight, too polite to face my plight? So I curl in a ball and pulls my knees to my face. I feel a sorrow taking its place. The girl that had bled me to death, like all the voices in my head predicted the soul behind the flesh of my chest stands afflicted.
It's not that good, you know what I mean? Like 18-year-old Will Berry was missing, you know what I mean? I'm not, you know, I still stand by my song. I wrote that, I was proud of it, but bro, you are already writing better shit. You know what I mean? And my big problem is I still rhyme that way in all of my fucking songs, bro. Like, hold on, dude. Let's do it like this. Let's just I'll let you. I released what I thought was gonna be my #1 album, dude. It's called The Shattering Self, dude. I wrote called Panic. Bro, I still do this, okay? And send it your way. Send it away, buddy. I still write songs where I try to rhyme literally every word, and it does not sound. I still love the song, but it's not a good song. You know what I mean? Let's give it a shot. It's a pretty short one.
The pattern just needs to break, rate, matter, spatter, shake, quiver, wake, shatter, hate, create, fate, another goddamn mandate, spiral, mathematical, muscular spiral, strain, flex, hesitate, synthetic, prosthetic, rhymes, minds, more lines on lines, rhythmic display, algorithmic, anti-arrhythmic, erratic, circle the drain, sprain, rot, decay, one more fucking day, it rings day to day, over and over, screaming dreams, sunbeams, mind's eyes, why does it say, a letter I dip pen, where is in the product of me is a progression, a regression in the blood, in the bone, a throne, a tone, aggression wave, so it may say, hey, subtemporal decompression, ratio of a geometric progression, the world's oldest profession, boldest declaration, a lie that flies by, radical expression, youthful indiscretion, paleo impression, judicial confession, freedom of expression, debtor in possession, angle of depression, clinical depression, came into possession, immunodepression, present sense impression, dense, sorry, repentance. Fuck, will it temper today?
I have a broken thing on my head where I try to, yo, what the fuck? Where I try to rhyme way too fucking much, and it ruins the flows of actual songs. And this is like a meta joke, yelling at myself, trying not to rhyme. And it's like, dude, I'm gonna rhyme as much as I possibly can. Like, god damn. Which one? Oh, that one's Panic. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh. You should do me a solid, and here I'll just show you briefly on my channel so you can see what I'm talking about. At the very least, upload. Also, the cam is off. What? It shows that it's on. What? But when was the last time I just uploaded a song? Have I not uploaded a song in forever? Okay, whatever. We'll just go to my album. You should always, at the very least, if you get an opportunity, put in here like your lyrics for the song. If you're not gonna like, because I don't do it on the video because I don't know. Like, I'm not like, my fucking editing software is dog shit. But at the very least, put the lyrics in there if you can, dude. This way, some people just scroll down to the lyrics and read it. Just some FYI.
again.
But let's give it a restart. Make sure it's... Ah, okay.
No, no, no. Why's this happening again? Hold up, something ain't right. My chest too tight. Trying to pull air, but it won't come right. Head shaking, face pale, tears in my eyes. Everybody talking, but it sounds far away tonight. Heart racing.
So I will say I've never had a panic attack, but I know what it's like to be on the like maybe it's different for me. Maybe my panic attack doesn't work the same way as other people, because once I enter flight is flight. Oh, hold on, let me get this off. It's way too hot for this. Oh, fucking Christ, dude. Ah, Jesus. Once I enter my flight or fight mode, it just immediately becomes into like fight. I don't know if that's like a broken thing about me. It's always been that way. The second I feel like I have to, like, it's still the same reaction, right? But I don't ever fall into panic mode. As soon as flight or fight comes up, I'm just ready to fight. Or at least I used to be. I can't. It's been years since then. Maybe because of my age, or my lack there of physical talent these days. Maybe that might change because I'm no longer at the top of the food chain on like skill wise, or usage of body wise. Because when I was in my 20s, I was ready to throw down with anybody. But maybe in my old age, it's going to teach me more fear. But it's hard because like I can watch this in real time. Like if me and my girlfriend start going back and forth about a thing, I can watch her physically enter like a panic state, where things kind of start shutting down. Like if she gets scared for a second, it can happen. And so some people actually do have like these different fight or flight mechanisms that I may not fully understand, but I know the feeling on the back of my neck when like I know that I'm in a position where that comes up. And I can start feeling that relatively easily, but I've never been on the side of like inaction because of that. So if the song harkens to some of that, I might be a little lost on some of that, but I can still understand the feeling on the back of the neck when like, oh shit's starting to get serious. This is escalating beyond. But typically an escalation is a surprise to me. So maybe my sensor for that could be bad.
Eyes, everybody talking, but it sound far away tonight. Heart racing so fast, where it's beating through my ribs. Trying to tell myself I'm fine, but I don't believe it. Vision getting blurry, rooms are spinning around. Need to stand up, sit down. I don't know now. God, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Why's my body always doing this to me? I'm grabbing at my shirt, nails digging in my skin, fighting with my own mind, and it's winning against me.
See, I've never had that. I have imposter syndrome where I don't feel like I'm good enough to be talking to people about music. I have where I don't feel like I'm intelligent enough on a topic, or I feel like I'm outmatched or outclassed, and then I get anger. But I've never had a panic attack per se. Even when I was doing shit that was like, I was legitimately scared. Like my first time being legitimately scared in my life, when I was like working in Alaska, building a dirt road on the side of a mountain, and I'm like at a 90-degree angle. And like, I honestly thought I was going to die. And I knew that if I did dumb shit, I would. But like, whenever that happens, whenever I enter that state, I look at what needs to be done, and then I just focus on doing that above all else. I've never hit the panic mode. I hit anger mode, and I hit like it's time to fight mode, but I've never hit panic mode. So maybe I just don't. I just don't understand the panic attack stuff per se. It's not something that I've ever, because as soon as that situation comes up, like my ego takes over or something takes over, and I know how to get through this, and I could be wrong, but like as soon as I find as soon as I find a vector to pursue a way out of a situation, I just fully commit to that, and I don't like the second guessing doesn't come up until after. And then after the thing, I'm like, yo, could I have handled that better? Like, I don't, dude, it could be like a broken wire in my brain.
My own mind and it's winning again. I mean, I'm okay. Tell me this will pass, cause right now it feels like my whole world's cracking fast. Tears running down and I hate being seen. Everybody looking while I'm falling to pieces. I can't catch my breath, I can't slow it down. Heart in my throat and I'm drowning right now. My eyes won't focus, everything's gone gray. Please don't leave me here, don't walk away. I swear I'm not dying, then why does it feel like this is the last thing I'm ever gonna feel? Chest locked up, crying on the floor again. Fighting with a war that's underneath my skin. Keep saying breathe slow, but it ain't that easy when your own damn body acts like it's leaving. Legs weak, hands numb, head full of fear. Trying to hide the tears, but they already here. I hate.
There is a scare, like, so something that I'm working on in my book, Ill of Men, is that it's trying to encompass quite a lot of things at one time, to be brutally honest with you. And with Ill of Men, I'm trying my hardest to like describe some of like the more cosmical horror things to a person. And one of the darker sides of Ill of Men is that humans are intrinsically in like this state of being a weapon for essentially the progenitor god that made humans. Excuse me, I apologize, that was gross. But essentially humans are like a vessel for like a lot of bad things. That's why we're so capable of evil today in the world. So in the story of Ill of Men, a lot of the horror of the story is coming from your body not doing what you want it to do. Because the progenitor made all humans and made all things that are compiled of flesh, he can control and dictate flesh. So like, could you imagine like someone controlling your body to go against what you actively want? It's kind of like a panic attack in that regard. Like you want to calm down, but your body is like, I'm scared right now. And no matter what you do, like this rational mind of yours is no different than this arm of yours. It does different things, but it's primarily just a muscle that your body uses to like do things. And in order to make you do things, it creates ego and personifies and gives you drives. And then it tells your mind to modulate those things. But your mind is not in control of your whole body. Your body reacts to like things around you. Like if I see a bunch of spiders, my neck starts to crawl because I hate spiders. Almost like the movie Obsession with the girl. Yeah, that happens a lot in Ill of Men. People get taken over by the Ichor, the blood of the god, and that transforms their body against their will, and they become essentially like a living zombie, puppeting and doing dark things for someone else's behest. Could you imagine? Like something just walks up and goes, "You're gonna have an orgasm now." That would be fucking weird, bro. It's psychological horror is what it is. Not necessarily like, because it is cosmological and like it's an entity beyond our understanding, but like it's a type of psychological horror. Like I understand a big bad demon I have to fight. Doesn't mean I'm gonna win, but it's a big bad demon. It's in front of me. It's trying to kill me. I understand. Like there's a tacit level of like, I'm good. That's bad. Let's do it. But psychological horror is way worse, where it literally rips portions of who you are out and then forces you to mold around whatever the fuck they want to put into you. And that's like a different level of like abject fear that like, oh, I don't have free will at all. And like the idea of ego and self are just completely man-made things. Fuck, dude. So like, as an analog for that, of like your body not doing your wishes, like, because we like to believe that we're the shepherd of our body. And largely we are, because it works that way, The body wants to keep doing its thing, so it's going to do what the mind wants, because the mind wants to do things to feed the body. But sometimes the mind wants to do things where your body is like, I don't give a fuck. And also, we don't really have the correct means to interpret our entire mind. The one thing that we really communicate is like with one hemisphere of our brain. The other hemisphere is a silent thing that we've kind of made a slave. There are ways that people have like gone in and cut the connection between the two things, and then like one hand is controlled by the other portion of your brain. And like with those people that have lost that ability to communicate between the two hemispheres, that hand does whatever the fuck it wants whenever the fuck it wants to do it. They even made a comedy movie about it later in like the early 90s. Like it's a very wild concept, dude. Fuck.
Trying to hide the tears, but they already here. I hate when it happens around everybody else. Acting like I'm fine while I'm begging for help. Smile for a second, then I'm breaking apart. Like somebody reached in and squeezed on my heart. How
That's a
many
good
more
line.
nights am I supposed to lose? How many more times can I survive this truth? Cause every time it hits, I swear this is the one. So tell me, when's it over? When's it finally done? Just breathe.
All right, so let me just say this. Remember, okay, I could be speaking from total ignorance, and I'm not trying to make light of your plight. And if you feel like I'm doing that, I deeply apologize, and it's not my intent. But have you ever done enough weed to where you're like greening the fuck out, and you start getting really paranoid, and you think you're gonna die, and you can hear your heartbeat, and you can hear your chest, and you're like, fuck, 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 and things are just getting crazier and crazier, and the more you think about it, the worse it gets? The way I overcame that, because I'm a large guy, like one of my fears is a heart attack. Like, dude, I was like 500 pounds. I was like 550 pounds a year ago. You know what I mean? So maybe that would be like the closest thing to a panic attack I've ever had, but it was drug induced, right? I found that the way that I get through those, and then like when I explain this to other people, like I just have to remind myself of the fundamentals, right? Like, bro, it's just weed. It's a wild ride right now. It's just weed. The only thing that can make this worse is me. It's just weed. And I just start repeating that to myself nonstop. Sometimes even like audibly. Like if I get really high and if I'm at a party and I'm really fucking baked and I've done like 2,000 milligrams of gummies and I'm greening the fuck out, you will see me talking to myself. Don't give a fuck how weird it looks. I'll just be like, it's just weed. It's just weed. You cannot die. It's just weed. The only way you die is if you start freaking the fuck out and you have a crazy panic attack that could lead to a heart attack. You are complete in control of whether or not you make it through this. It's just weed. It's just weed. It's just weed. Like, that's it. And I just keep repeating that mantra until eventually I no longer have those fears. The same thing happens when you green out while you're going to bed and like your breathing starts scaring the fuck out of you. Dude, listen, dude. Now, I don't know if that helps with like an actual panic attack, but I'd imagine if you start reminding yourself that like you are still the only thing that can make this worse, I feel like that might be able to help you refocus or reframe, you know? And then like even with weed, when you get so high, you're just like, just breathe. Just focus on the breathing. Just focus, you know? Instead of the pounding in your heart, you know, eventually it'll calm you down. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know if that's an effective thing. I don't know anything about panic attacks. I know what it's like to green the fuck out, and I know how I get through that. And I wonder if there's like some kind of overlap. It could be totally opposite. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think panic attacks and greening out are different, though, from my experience. For me, panic attacks, I can barely talk or move. No, yeah. I'm not saying. Listen, panic attacks are a real thing. I've never had one. I can't speak to that. You know, I'm just saying that, like, for me, I find that when something, like, even when I'm fucking deathly scared on the side of the mountain, fundamentals, stick to this should work. Now, granted, when you get out of it and then someone's like, yeah, I don't know how you fucking did that. I'm like, well, you said it would work. You're like, I just said things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how that can be effective. I could be speaking out of my ass, and very, very, very possible. And I don't want to diminish anything you're saying. But there's got to be something that you can, like some exercises you can do to help you overcome those things. Because I would imagine the best way out of a panic attack is to like isolate yourself from the thing causing the panic attack. But you can't, that's not always an option. Like if someone comes and starts dropping shit on your foot, like on your doorstep or your desk at work, and it's crazy shit, sometimes you can't just go outside and like breathe fresh air. Sometimes you're stuck in that moment. I don't know how they offer recommendations to get through panic attacks. I don't know. Maybe I would imagine that there's stuff outside of medication. Like I would imagine some form of meditation is how we would try to cure that before, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Like this is just a guy spitballing shit into the world, bro. You know what I mean? Like I am known for being wrong and saying shit off base all the time, and if that is one of them, I apologize.
Why can't I breathe? Why can't I breathe? Please stop!
But see, like, the story of when you're high as fuck, just breathe doesn't work when you literally cannot breathe. You know what I mean? There's got to be some mental gymnastic type thing you can do to, like, fixate your mind. They're meds, group therapy, or just other shit. Jesus Freezes, love this music. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome to the stream, dude.
Please make it stop. Please make it stop. I can't catch my breath. I can't slow it down. Heart in my throat and I'm drowning right now. Vision faded out, tears falling from my face. Trying to outrun fear, but it never loses pace. Chest still tight, but I'm still here somehow. Even if it feels like the end right now. Maybe when the sun comes, I'll stand again. But tonight I'm just surviving this panic within.
I like it. We need more music that talks, like, because I don't understand panic attacks, right? Like, so for me, this is like a different world that I get to like view from like the outside. And I don't know why I've been so lucky in life not to ever have a panic attack. Again, maybe I'm so self-absorbed or self-confident in areas that I probably have no right to be. I don't know how I've been completely on the other side of this. Probably because I spent my entire life just fighting everything. So like I didn't have time to panic. I don't know. I don't know why, but like getting to experience the perspective of someone suffering through a panic attack is kind of like a crystallization moment for me. Because now I can also place this feeling with my girlfriend. You know, my girlfriend, she goes into retreat mode sometimes, or, you know, whatever. And just from this lens, I can see why sometimes she has a harder time in certain situations, because her body is literally seizing in real time and is starting to enter panic mode. Like it's a fucking wild thing that it's a cool perspective to see. Yeah, man, you're doing real good on here, dude. I'm right there with you. No panic attacks on my side of things. My dad has experienced something similar, so I've seen him from it a little. Exactly, yeah, dude. Yeah. So let's go back into here, because now that we got Idalta here, let's see if we can go back here. I imagine there he is. What's the song I'm listening to, man? What you got? What am I listening to right now for you, brother? Oh, you got one right here with Soul Leak. All right, well, let's just do that real quick. But while I'm doing this one, think about what we're listening to, my dude.
With a track like that, you've got some nerve. I mean, I'd be embarrassed if I were you. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Are you guys in another beef? Oh, were you guys beefing with one another? All right, dude. At Soul League. I thought it was with.
I'd be embarrassed if I were you. Yeah. So for a guy who doesn't care about numbers, you should talk about them a lot. That must have been made in haste, like you assembled a bunch of random thoughts. You're playing the dumb card, and it's honestly not a good look. It must be a joke. Funny how you call me homeless when I never seen you once talk about feeling at home. Yeah, I think I'll...
Oh, that's a good line, dude. That's a good line. Fuck. That's a good diss. Shit. Like, how you gonna talk about me being homeless when all you do is complain about not being home? That's a wild bar, dude. But also, like, that's kind of fucked. Friendly diss. Yeah, no, I got you, guys. That's what my disses with Pro is supposed to be, bro. Friendly disses. Love does not do friendly disses. Let's put that out there. That motherfucker's like, you fat as fuck. And it's like, Thank you, dog. Oh, time and comfort. Okay.
Call you out, you had nothing on me for you to disavow. So you look at what you like and call it a flaw. I'm flattered, really, but you didn't think it all. Don't believe me, look deeper, you'll see that I caught it. When you said I can't rap, that was the obvious nail in the coffin. You botched it. Just the moment's called gotcha, but I'll let the crowd decide how they want to handle that offense. The flow left the booth because it wanted nothing to do with you. I turned up the stove, I don't cook for those who are destined to lose. You'll be waiting forever, the punches aren't coming. I serve the beat raw and you're sick of your stomach. You're taking your time, I'm taking off running. You're jealous of beats I so easily summon. Sometimes I wonder where this is going. Can you even handle more punishment? I wish I could say you had your good moments, and the whole time you looked like you wished you were done with it. No payoff, right? I only give you a portion. I don't like wasting effort with those whose tracks return boring. You sure like the car metaphor, but again,
I'm not gonna lie, dude. It might be too fast to rap for you know what I mean? Like it's not having a good transition here for like the disses. Like some of the lines are really good, but I feel like they might be too chaotic. Then again, this could be my old age. You know what I mean? Like I'm old as fuck, and even though I do the occasional fast rap, like this is like I'm a shotgun to the dome. Well, my diss against pros, like back in the day when they first started, was just about ideas. And then Love's disses were about me being morbidly obese, and he did like 4 of them. You know what I mean? So for me, that doesn't feel like friendly disses anymore. You're just calling me a fat fuck. And we're not like friends. You know what I mean? So for me, that wasn't like a friendly diss between friends and talking about ideas. Now, I mean, my shit was still that way. You know what I mean? Like I don't throw shade for the sake of throwing shade. I just speak what I believe to be truth and hope that my truth meter is more accurate than it is false. But more or less, I try my hardest not to attack people. Because attacking people doesn't do any good. It just makes them defensive. I attack ideas. So when people put out ideas that I think are harmful to the general public, I'll push back on that. And I still will. Like, every time I see a song that Love has done that is like, the Jews control everything, I'm just like, that's just anti-Semitic. And I'm not, that's poison to like critical thought. Now, Love is his own thing. He'll do whatever the fuck he wants, and I respect him for being himself, you know? He's a self-made man. He don't give a fuck, and he stands by his principles. And I'll respect that till the end of days. I just don't like it when people just put anti-Semitism out there for no fucking reason. Like, we can be critical of the things Israel has done without trying to say Jews control every aspect of our country. Like, I don't want to put up with anti-Semitism for the sake of being edgy or cool. Like, it's just not my thing. I'll never sign on for that. I'll never attack blacks for being blacks. Yeah, I just, you know, it's not my thing, you know. If that's your thing and that's your truth, you spit it, but like I'm going to be more on the nose of like, well, let's talk about actions, actors, and like the shit that's happening instead of like leaning to conspiracy theory thinking. I don't like conspiratorial thinking. I think that it makes people start reaching for things that aren't there, and they start forcing gaps to be filled. And to me, that's just a dangerous avenue to attack political parties when we have like evidence or political sides or political actors. We can just see what they've done and like attack them for that without having to like fabricate bigger, like larger than life villainy that always kind of just falls apart under scrutiny, and then nothing gets done because then the attacks don't feel like they were ever tangible to begin with. But that's just me, you know. I'm a little different, you know, you know what I mean? But that's why I pushed back. But like, you know, when the return was you're fat as fuck, oink, 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 or, you know, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's not like, you're just attacking me. You're attacking me for my, like, which is fine. Like, I'm fat. I'm a public person. I do things publicly. Like, I feel free to attack, but that's not the type of environment that I want to interact with in diss battles. Like, your mom jokes or you're fat, like, okay. That's not my direction for a diss. And it never has been. But, you know, more power to whoever wants to do that. So I'm glad that you guys are having, like, an idea battle. It's a little slightly personal, but, like, it's more or less jokingly, you know, as friends. you know, calling out certain things. That's the way disses are supposed to. It's like supposed to be like a roast. You know what I mean? You're supposed to roast those, you know, you're supposed to roast each other from like a friendly environment, you know? Good-hearted roasting.
I don't like wasting effort with those whose tracks return boring. You sure like the car metaphor, but again, I'm in the sky soaring. I'm tired of repeating myself. I think I'll skip the chorus. You're running out of ideas, counting my bars like a man in my prison, just counting the bars that lock you in, not going very far. I don't think you know what my pills really are. Predicting lines that they predict the sunrise, too broad to create a size, not very big in size. Next time, try predicting the storm. Before you fall short, like the metaphors on the floor, proving your sore loss and vision poor, distorting. Delusional wars enforcing. You're given to core apologies. I'm at your driven full force, not sorry. Ain't know who to ignore. Put in work, I'm not here for you to not get out of your couch. You can stay there, of course, but I'll straighten your slouch. You calling me smart or calling me dumb? I came here to win, too easy, too fun. You're too focused on fans, so focused on one. You just want clapping hands when I've already won. You just want your attention, reckless obsession, no sight of respecting your only objective. Maybe you're jealous, just want your own mentions. We want something fresh, get out of your headspace. Abstract attack since when, to whom, when I attack you, I attack with the truth. I take it apart, inspecting the clues that tell me why you do what you do. It's clear to me you can't see past you, can't work much farther than the fast blue. If you really cared, you let the fans choose. At the end of the day, you know I can't lose. Thanks for the compliment, the cold hard lines, but I repeat twice, cause I don't get a reply from you. Just decide to fight or flight right. Your design is a simple kind, like a light bright. I don't aim to be perfect, I aim to be better. Connecting letters makes something sweet from the nectar, affecting the center. Full festering pest don't affect my effects or my pressure for treasure.
Like he's got really good bars. I think that like it's just too fast. Like the AI can't even keep up with the bars. Like there's not enough emphasis on the bar, and the rhyme scheme back and forth isn't having like the bounce to like accentuate the placement of the word. You know what I mean? Like some of these are really like the fact that he rhymed nectar. That's my boy, dude. I rhyme nectar. Nectar is a fun word to use. Like, no one ever uses the word nectar. So like fucking fire for that. But like, it's so fast. Like even the AI model, like I imagine when 6.5 or 6 point comes out, if you remaster this song, it'll hit just slightly harder because the AI model will have been improved. Like it's literally not breathing. Like, fuck, you will never be able to rap this yourself.
That's gold, I make and I grind my selections. You're dying for votes, don't come out for election. We'll flash like a boss and hit me in this battle. There's light all around from this power you can't handle. I'll put out your light, put out your lantern. When it's all said and done, I'll still give you your candle. It's ironic, really, that you mention paragraphs. When you talk way longer, I spin my rap fast. If my punches aren't right, then my punches not facts. I won't throw you something that fits with your acts. Call them eerie's, call them truth. At the end of the day, they're aimed at you. You can spark some debate, I got nothing to prove. I said that and start. You'll see that one soon. Back eye to the A.
I mean, the music is cool too. What the fuck? What the fuck? Also, like respect for not being gross. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing in here that's like just gross. Like someone like losing respect. Like those are like kind of like like small digs, but like nothing in here is just abrasive. You know what I mean? There's nothing abrasive in here. Or just like, oh, that seems distasteful. You know what I mean? Cool. That's a cool song.
I'm back I to the A. With a track like that, you've got some nerve. I mean,
goes even faster. Dude, yeah, dude. Yeah, I thought it was a feature. Not a diss. Still glad I clicked. Did so on stream. Sheesh. Smiley face with glasses, dude. Always smiley face with glasses, dude. All right. That's not why I clicked that. I wasn't trying to put a soul on the spot like that. All right. So you said too small. Okay. Oh, you do a lot of fucking disses at fucking Soul. Okay. You guys just diss each other back? Because I know Soul was dissing like two other people at one point, and then I saw a Rundown Joker get in, and then he tagged me in it, and I was like, dude, actually, technically, I think Soul won the diss, but I like the other dude's diss slightly more. Because like, and I do like this. Soul called out. He's like, you're going to act like you're above this and shit. And then the guy's diss was like, literally, I'm above this. But like, as someone who likes the I'm above this attitude, because that's exactly what I did with Love, I kind of like that diss a little bit more on tone versus the other. Like the other one was a better diss and better written and, you know, predicted something. So like once you predict someone's move, the diss battles are over. Like if you can predict someone's bars, you've already won. You know what I mean? Like that's why it was still funny with like my pro one, because initially when I did my pro response, Ego, Fury, and Fire, it was about conspiratorial thinking and stuff like that. But then like I wrote a second one because I was like, I figure Pro is going to come at me for this, this, and this in his return track. But I never released it because it felt a little too personal, Connect the Fear. But then like a week later when Pro released his Pay Attention diss, like I was like, oh, well, I made this the day I made my first diss and I predicted half of the things you were going to talk about. So I'm just going to release this, you know, because I'd already been done. By the time Rundown Joker put me in a diss track, which he says he didn't, I'm sorry, that's a diss track. I don't give a fuck what you say. I know exactly. And then the way you were acting afterwards was pretty wild. But like I hadn't made a song. Like Love made 3 songs against me. Rundown Joker made a song against me. I haven't released shit. You know what I mean? I just released the Connect the Fear because I predicted when Pro was, you know what I mean? And then after that, me and Pro have a conversation. Now we do a podcast together, essentially. Like, we still got to name that motherfucker, bro. All right, dude. So this one's called Too Small.
Guess who's back?
I to the A.
I will say, man.
Guess who's back?
I will say, almost a year of disses, man. Well, that's eventually if they keep making disses and you're not responding, it just makes them, you know what I mean? That they all gave it up eventually. But see, it was funny to me because after my diss battle with Pro and unfortunately Love, because I wasn't after Love, you know what I mean? Like I didn't even really know who Love was at the time. I knew who Pro was because like he'd been following me for a little bit. So that like to me that was a wild thing because I didn't realize I was pissing off a guy with like 15,000 followers and who has no understanding of the word grace means. But yeah, dude, like at some point when they keep making the disses and you're like, yeah, that's not what I'm here for, bro. If you just want to make a song calling me fat, there's no way for me to respond other than to say like, yeah, dude, a fact is a fact. I'm fat as fuck. Like, thank you for telling me what Amir tells me. Like, there's nothing in here that's like scathing to me as an individual or my poor rhyme schemes or like the fact that you know what I mean? Like, you could have done so many better attacks on me. A one-hit wonder. Like, I had one song go viral on Suno, and then after that, I'm kind of dead water. Like, that is a way better attack vector on me as a person than that I'm fat or that I have a red face. Oh my God, dude. Like, oh, you know what I mean? You know, like there's just like, dude, at this point, I kind of want to do a diss on myself and release it to show them how a diss should be done. You know what I mean? Fuck, dude. Like, goddamn. Oh,
I to the A.
I will say the one thing that's going to be rough about me getting into Idalta's music is the hard slant to Christianity, bro. Like I get along with Christians. Hell, my musical challenges are filled with them. Like a Light Warrior, Easy 317, JC. These are all hyper Christian people. But if your message is always about God, I will have a hard time. I will do my best not to speak ill of your God, of course. But it's going to be harder for me to get like behind the message if the message is like Jesus is awesome. You know what I mean?
No one sees behind these scenes. I do need clean and not obscene. I stuff my feet while they grind their teeth while they read.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is a good, like, it's fast rhyme, but like the proper enunciation is there. It's not going so fast that it's tripping up on itself, and it's adding a lot more weight to the word. Like the word has a bigger impact.
Behind these scenes, I do need clean and not obscene. I'll stuff my feet while they grind their teeth, while they read memes. I'll slide between their fantasies and what's behind the screen. Take it apart and find the fiend who's misleading all of these bright teens. And if you disagree, then kindly leave. I've been observing the culture, sit back and...
Okay, I'm liking this one a lot more than the diss. I think that one of the things that is destroying a lot of our young people is the same thing that destroyed my generation of young people as well. And listen, man, I don't like to be the guy that defends the system. Like I spent my entire life rebelling against the system. You know what I mean? I guess I'm just becoming an old fuck. But like the problem is that we sell all these young people a victim narrative. We tell them that everything is hopeless, that there's nothing in the world, nothing matters. Voting doesn't matter. The systems are rigged. Both sides are the same. We poison so many young people to tune out of everything when it's just not true. Like, it's just not true. Like, say what you will, but Donald Trump is proof that voting matters. Like, there isn't a single Republican in the Republican caucus that initially wanted Donald Trump to run in 2016. Like, you can go back in 2014 and 2012 and 2013 and watch Trump's interviews with Bill O'Reilly. I actually wrapped this with my own voice, so yeah, I'm going to have a decent pacing. Okay. Well, then there we go. That's why it's going to have that good enunciation, bro. Fuck yeah. But like, none of those people wanted Donald Trump in. Bill O'Reilly tried shutting Donald Trump's run for president multiple times. It wasn't until Donald Trump got on that debate stage and was just fucking awesome. Like, I'm not a Donald Trump guy. Fuck Donald Trump. But like him going up on that stage and making fun of Marco Rubio, fucking making fun of Ted Cruz and making fun of Jeb Bush and fucking, it was phenomenal. Like, we'd never seen that done before. He brought WWE bullshit to a right-wing debate and people ate that shit up. Because so many people were so mad about the Republican establishment that all they had to do was come out and be like, what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, fuck all of you. Just go watch Shane Gillis talk about this. And like, dude, he's not wrong. That won Donald Trump public appeal. He stood up to a bunch of people that we thought were corrupt. And told them they were corrupt. Like, even Dave Chappelle makes that joke. He was like, yeah, bro, like, there was a moment when he said something so truthful that it like shook the foundation. And like, when he's sitting there and he was like, I will fix the tax codes. And then like it goes to Trump in the Hillary Clinton debate and he goes, she's not going to fix the tax codes. She leaves the tax codes broken for people like me. I know, because I donate to her to do it, to fucking allow rich people like me not to pay taxes. And then they'll lie to your face. And like a lot of people are like, whoa, that was actually a true statement. And this person won over people and got voted in because of those true statements. When he stood up to the Republican Party, that won people over. When he stood up to Hillary Clinton, that won people over. Like, no one in the establishment wanted Donald Trump because they knew Donald Trump was poisonous to the brand of Republicans. They even like in 2024, they tried everything to put Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley at the front of the ticket. Donald Trump didn't even compete at those primary debates. The people wanted Donald Trump. Voting matters. Like, it doesn't matter how strong the corporate control of the establishment Democrats. Didn't matter that a bunch of big businesses didn't want Trump. Didn't matter that the donors that supported Harris wanted her in. Didn't matter that everyone wanted not Trump. And Trump won because he was so popular with people that everyone had to bend to his will and cave to his demands and wants. And he ran essentially like a dictator for an entire year until eventually he got so unpopular, the people, eventually people got a backbone to stand up to him. Voting matters. But no one will ever tell you that. They'll just tell you none of it matters. Don't tune in. Don't vote. And then everyone else can come to the table and fuck everything up. Our system intrinsically pulls people away. Or not our system, but our media and our people surrounding that system pull people away from essentially the aggregate. And they use visceral language and disgusting language to like pit people against one another. When like, dude, voting matters. You know what I mean?
I've been observing the culture, sit back and watch. Can't see it all, but you can see something's off. I can tell you there's more than what people put on. Ask them to be real and see what they've brought. If you're lucky, they'll take the mask off, and in a very rare moment they'll actually talk, sharing real pain, letting out real thoughts. And if you're not careful, they'll even be gone. After all that watching, I decided my plan. I don't want to be falling into a person or a brand. I don't want to plot in my next move in advance. I want to stand tall in who God says I am. I don't want to be shallow like the water by sand. I don't want to blindly follow any random command. I want to
See, I agree with the message so far, but what we'll disagree is that his answer is that like then follow God. But I would suggest that following God is going to make him all the things he doesn't want to be. Personally.
Maybe this all will work out. Maybe what I thought wouldn't last would play out. Maybe this idea from that kid 5 years ago will finally be enough to say should've never doubt. I'm surprised for sure, didn't expect this to go far. Maybe what we need is less talk and more heart. Can't say it's not hard to take part when sometimes I don't even know where to start. What do I mean? Well, let me paint you a picture. I need inspiration, an idea, maybe even some scripture. Something to happen, switch up the mixture so I can stop staring at this blank page that's not moving any quicker. Then I'll get something to load and get my finger on the trigger. Nope.
Like, dude, these rhymes are fucking phenomenal, though. Like, he is doing a really good job. Like, this is sick.
Wait, there's more out there, better and bigger. I know I can improve, I can make that line slicker. Soon enough the tension will rise and you'll see all the lights flicker. I know what you're thinking, I mean, hey, look at me. Just one guy in a wide world using AI. But hey, I learn, I'm gonna find that right verb and probably sigh, but still write verse after verse after verse after verse after verse after verse. Cause no matter what happens, it could always be worse. I could always imagine, but I'll be the first to say that your dreams won't come true if you don't get out of that hearse. It's a...
Like, yeah, dude, rhyming hearse. That's sick, dude. I will say, though, he's not, like, the reason why Christianity or any real religions are so palpable is because they answer so many questions so easily. My problem with conspiracy theory things is also that, like, religion falls into a very similar bucket for me. Like, if you can start placing complicated questions with very uncomplicated answers, then you're probably not making the best situation, because everything is complicated, right? Like, life itself is incredibly complicated. And that's the reason why I don't really fuck too much with Christianity. But the underlying message of Christianity is something that I can get behind. You shouldn't judge people. You should be more focused on your own personal things than the world around you. You should be working on your relationship with God, whatever that God might be. There's a lot of good messages in Christianity that answer really profound questions. It tells you what to live, how to live. It gives you a code of ethics to live by. It gives you a code of ethics to uphold. It gives you a mission statement. It tells you that spreading it also to other people is like a really important way, a thing of Christianity itself. It literally answers so many fundamental questions that if you don't have it, you are forced to answer on your own. Like, what is the meaning of life? Like, for a Christian, that just means living into credence to God, and that's written in a book. They can go look, check the book, pull it up, and then go flip through it and find what they need to justify their actions. But like for a person that's not Christian, the meaning of life is a very complicated answer. Well, what does it mean to be alive? Well, what do we mean by alive? Like, what metric are we determining these things from? Like, for me, there is no meaning to life. All we are is passing on our own genetic legacy from one person to another. And some of us fail at that, and we typically die. But families often carry on because multiple people exist in those families. We're just carrying inherited momentum from the people before us and trying to give it to the next generation. But that's not a very satisfying answer. That doesn't make anyone feel good. It makes me feel at peace knowing that, like, I'm not some grand divine thing that is trying to, like, interpret the will of God. It makes me just feel like another link in a chain, and I'm trying my best to be a good link for other people. Like a sturdy link that can be relied upon. So that, like, hopefully, if anyone pulls on that chain, it's sturdy, I feel like that's, to me, a better answer, but that answer only means something to me. Some people go into existentialism, some people go into absurdism, some people go into religion. Like, there are just so many different avenues to fall into when answering such a complicated question as why are we here, or what is the meaning of life? But, like, there can be overlap. See, this is a thing that a lot of people get wrong. And it's the reason why a lot of Christian listeners can still listen to my message or my songs and still find something valuable there, is because I think that we are all a product of the universe. And it doesn't matter what religious orthodoxy you go down. You could be Jewish, you could be Christian, you could be Muslim, you could be agnostic, you could be atheistic, you could be whatever. It doesn't matter what your school of thought is, that we are all interpreting the universe on its granular level, and we're trying our best to replicate a successful society. And that means that we're trying to, like, work with other people in that. And of all of these religions, all of them are just trying to help people navigate life, a messy thing that if left to our own vices and the control of like our id or our shadow, or without any restraint, we would just do crazy fucking things. Like, all religions help people get molded into better versions of people, and more or less they kind of coalesce around some of the same universal things. It's all a way to help people interact with one another in better ways to make us more palatable and diverse and understanding of one another's needs, wants, and desires. And Christianity does that pretty well. I have studied the Bible a little bit when I was much younger, but if you were to ask me to like repeat a quote today, that answer is going to be, I don't fucking have shit. You know what I mean?
That trick, they make you think that you're driving the way that you live, but where are you arriving? They shove the kids in front of everyone lying. It's sick how they call themselves guiding. It's frightening, the designing and timing all set for declining of any real truth. I'd rather have them dying to abide by them, complying to whatever they're deciding for them. I think Tom was right when he said we're inside of a system. But who am I to talk about such controversy? Just a guy you're pulling around in the dirt I see. I couldn't care less with what they want to do with me. Right now I'm too small to even be a thought they think. I never like writing, so that's kinda like a diary. You don't have to care, I never asked that you admire me. But let me ask you this, where are you dragging me? It's fine for now, but there are places I have to be.
Bro.
Guess who's back?
I like it. I like it. Something that's always weird for me is the dogma around religion. Like, I one time heard a quote from a guy, and he said, Dad, why do atheists exist? And then, like, I think the father at one time said, to prove that people do good without God. And like, that's such a profound way to look at atheism. Because like, if you do a good thing as an atheist, you just chose to do a good thing. Like, there's always going to be the question that if a Christian is doing a good thing or a Christian thing or the right thing, that are they doing that so they gain entry into heaven? Or is this just a product of who they are because they're a decent person? Like, atheists doing good things take that off the docket almost entirely. There is no higher power to them that's going to reward them for their good deeds. Maybe they did it for their laurels while alive. That's very possible. But that's a fleeting thing that doesn't really mean as much. Doing good things without a moral arbiter to oversee what is good and what is bad means that you're just doing a good thing on ethics or morality sense. You know what I mean? Like, that's an impressive thing to do a good thing if you don't think a reward is coming or even reward is tangible. Not for entry to heaven, but for something in return, but because you're extending the forgiveness you were shown. Yeah, I mean, but like, that's such a cool concept, right? Like, for me, that's when Christianity is at its best. When Christianity is mentioning the goods that it does. Right now, I feel really bad for Christians because right now in America, Christians have a very bad rap. And I know a handful of people that are devout Christians that are for the first time in their life afraid to talk about their love for Christ, which is a weird thing because Christians still make up a majority of America. Like, I think it's like 60%. And right now, among our younger generation, the number is actually going up because of people like Charlie Kirk going to college campuses. And because also we've seen a lot of liberal lifestyles and the advent of OnlyFans and stuff like that. And we saw people go down sex positive lifestyles. And we had a big enough pushback from like red pill spaces to just constantly berate these women and treat them like shit that people are trying to turn in the other direction. Because they're trying to save what they believe to be culture. And a lot of people have wrongfully, are wrongfully assuming that we are a Christian nation. We are a nation that is predominantly filled with Christians, but we are a nation built on Enlightenment principles, not Christian Judeo beliefs. Like, even our founding fathers, many of them were Christian type people, but they were deists. They wanted a separation of church and state, but we can't really have that right now. A big problem in our country is that the Christian right that is unfortunately in control has been doing a lot of stuff to harm what it means to be Christian. That's why even a lot of pastors and priests have been coming out and speaking out against some of the stuff the Trump administration is doing because they understand that it's harming their flock in general. Like, people shouldn't be ashamed of their religion. I want to get back to a point where people aren't forcing their religion down people's throats, for sure, but you shouldn't be ashamed for being Christian, as you shouldn't be ashamed for being atheist, and you shouldn't be ashamed for being Muslim. Your individual school of thought and your connection with the divine, whatever that connection is tantamount to a happy life. Part of the American system is that you should be able to come to America and live that life out as long as you aren't negatively impacting people around you in that pursuit. Yeah, Christians are too focused on action. It's not about us anymore. It's not what we've done, but what Jesus has done. Yeah, I mean, yeah. A lot of Christian rhetoric was rewritten with a bigger, stronger emphasis on, Jesus over the years, which is good because Jesus is like the best pillar of, like, people know this. This is a reason why they got rid of the Old Testament. Jesus is kind of like a hard person to argue against. A man that self-sacrificed for the greater good. In his time of life, he was literally a feminist. He was literally about diversity, and he was literally about tearing down organized religion. Like, Jesus did a lot of things that Christians should be proud of. And honestly, if Jesus was alive today, he would be a socialist. Like, there is no other way around that. Like he wasn't like in favor of like capitalism or control from a top down thing, because that's what literally killed him. You know what I mean? Like, he's not in favor of that shit. Like just watching Tucker Carlson say that was a wild thing to me. Like, he wouldn't be a capitalist. He'd be totally a socialist, Like, he'd be trying to give to the poor. He'd be about expanding safety nets. He'd be about doing all these things. But like, the right wing got hijacked. And now, like, people have to, like, we want to send more kids to work. Is that a thing? Like, we're trying to lower the age of consent. I don't know if that's a thing that Jesus wants to stand by. Like, I don't know. Like, just because the Muslim community doesn't have an age of consent thing and they fuck kids doesn't mean that, like, Christians have to do that. Jesus, fuck, man. Like, God damn. But like, unfortunately, the Christian people are getting like co-opted into like this terrible movement that doesn't even like believe in it. Like, God, like, not God, but like Donald Trump made him God in a photo. He made himself. That's sacrilege. You're not allowed to do that, man. That literally flies in the face. Like, you're not supposed to use the Lord's name in vain. You're not supposed to impersonate God or an angel or Jesus. Like, it's literally against the rules. Like, fuck. Also, he's an adulterer, cheats on his wife, does terrible things, got caught having sex with a porn star that he paid. Like, all of these fly in the face of Christian values. And it's such a shame because Christians now have to like defend their values against their own crazy side. And it's like, for the first time in my life, I am super, like, I want to come to the defense of Christians because I feel bad for them. They would have never done the same for me as an atheist. When I grew up, if you were to admit you were an atheist, you were outcasted by your family, dude. Like, it was better to be gay than it was to be atheist. Like, you can't run for office in America unless you're Christian. Like, that's how crazy our country is with Christianity. But like, blasphemy is what I think it is. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, to me, it's crazy. I feel bad for Christians. And like, it's hard to say because again, I've known so many good Christians that have done so many good things with Christianity. Like, back in the day, the communities that helped the poor the most were Christians. They would do food drives, food banks. They would get together. They would feed the homeless. They would help the homeless. Like, Christians were the ones that did that. Christians were the ones that oversaw giving, kindness, and so many, like, they got to hold moral superiority because that's what they did. But like, fuck, man, they have such a bad rap now. Like, even here in Canada, dude, like, my lady goes to work and she'll be like, all these proud Christians are afraid to say because out here, Christianity is a little more faux pas than it is down in the States. So like, they already have an extra burden, but then like, they're also like beholden to like the crazy actions of Christians down south in America. And I feel so bad for them. I really do. Christians shouldn't be criticizing other religions. The ethics we live by are for us, not for someone who has rejected Jesus. If you don't follow Jesus, why should you be forced to their ideals? Yeah. And also, again, Jesus was a good teacher. A lot of what Jesus talked about is good. Like, that's why they got rid of the Old Testament, because the Old Testament was full of judgment, killing, like, just kind of grotesque things. It even had slavery in it, shit like that. So they got rid of the Old Testament and they moved to the New Testament, which is a lot more about like love, peace, understanding, holding hands, working with your neighbor, working with someone that you might disagree with, and just loving one another. That's why Christians can use Jesus as like the perfect veil of like we're a religion of love because of the New Testament and like putting Jesus on this crazy pedestal, which is good. Jesus is like the best part of Christianity. And it's that's why like there's a big animosity sometimes between Jews and Christianity, because like they are allies and they kind of like work together, but like Jews do not believe in Jesus. You know what I mean? Jews are like, yo, fuck that. That's a false prophet. And that's where like there's a lot of secret behind the heads buttings between Jews and I even think Catholicism has I know they like Jesus, but I don't think they talk about Jesus in the same way that like Christianity does. Even though they're like of the same belief structure, I think there are slight differences in the denomination to make it to where I don't think that Jesus, if he is mentioned, is as prolific in Catholicism as he is in Christianity. Yeah. Well, yeah. They don't believe in the new covenant. Yeah. See, I don't know enough about Catholicism. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to sit here and lie. You know what I mean? Like, my biggest problem has always just been with, like, the overt control that Christians have always tried to, like, force on the public sphere. And it's always been kind of a little overbearing to me. Because, again, my big problems were often, like, the censorship around atheism or the attacks against atheists from the early 90s were just fucking wild, dude. Watching those debates about with Christopher Hitchens and Dawkins, they were just fucking phenomenal, man. But I will say people like Andrew Wilson, who are very good orators, are trying their hardest to bring back like the aggressive Christianity, and I don't know if that's a good move, man. I just don't think I think it's gonna do more harm than good. Because like what helped Christianity grow in the last like handful of years was like, you know, a black pastor would go on and talk about the family unit and how we started incorporating like systems of control to break up families and to do this. And like, believe it or not, black families are a lot more conservative than people realize. You know, they are still like on the Democrat side and they typically vote blue, but they are hyper conservative and hyper masculine in their belief structure on family units, on like, you know, especially with black men. I don't know what it is about black men, but they hearken back to a very traditional view of like of more conservative values, but they still always vote typically, like by and large, statistically speaking, for the blue. But man, like there's a huge disconnect between a lot of blue messaging and values that like the black community typically have. Like the black community is not as pro LGBT as the Democratic Party. Like they're still pro LGBT. They know what it's like to be what's the word I'm looking for? Repressed, because obviously, you know, the civil rights movement was a necessary thing, and they were literally treated like fucking cattle when they were slaves and shit. So like they have an intrinsic understanding of these things, but they're still way more conservative and way more Christian in their view and structure of beliefs and these things. And it's kind of a wild concept. It's kind of wild. But like that was very effective at turning people against like essentially liberalism. And then also conflating liberalism with like socialism or communism was like a brilliant play. Like when people say liberal tears, what they really think about is a green-haired, blue-haired feminazi that's like going in and saying that like if you don't fuck a trans woman, that you're just transphobic. And it's like, that's not what liberal means. And those aren't liberals. Those are far left progressive people that have crazy values. There's not a moderate liberal in that sentence whatsoever. But people have been like these words have been conflated in such a way that they've lost literally all meaning. That's fuck, man. But I like it, dude. And I also like the objective truth that's in this song. Like, he's even mentioning here that he's such a small creator by and large that his values don't really matter yet because they can't really be impacted like on a global scale yet. But I also like how he's mentioning that he's being pulled in directions that he doesn't get to dictate because we really don't. Like, your relationship with God is your relationship with God, but you're still beholden to the laws and regulations of the land that you live in. As long as those laws don't really impede on your religion, you know, which here in America they often don't, as long as you're not trying to use your religion as an attack vector on other people, like, yeah, you're being pulled down this like train of thought or this society. And as long as they're not pulling you in a direction that goes against your God, it's more or less like, okay, we let this happen. We'll see what goes on. But if you start pulling me in a direction or down a rabbit hole that I really don't want to go, that's when I will protest. You know what I mean? I like it, dude. And it wasn't that much about God, so like that's really cool. My problem is when songs are like, I love Jesus, Jesus loves me, I love Jesus, and it's like, all right, well, this is just shit propaganda. You know what I mean? I've never fully understood the liberal stuff. The LGBT have rights, so their fight doesn't make sense to me. The women want equality, yet don't want to work the hard man jobs. Well, see, no one wants to work the hard man jobs. You know what I mean? Like, I did them most of my life. I didn't want to work them either. The fight isn't so that they have to do those jobs. It's the fight that they get to choose to do those jobs. Now, I will be the first to sit here and tell you, I'll be the first to sit here and tell you that like feminism went way too far. It really did. Like I fought against the far left of feminism for about 15 years. I didn't like it. I thought that like some of their arguments were really bad and they forced identity politics where they weren't necessary. But like feminism had to exist. Like we cannot rewrite history here. Like women were not seen as the same level of people that men were. And that's not correct. That flies in the face of the founding of our country. That all people should have equal rights. You know what I mean? Like, now I don't believe that our society was funded on patriarchal norms to harm women, but I believe that eventually happened over time because people build traditions off of the way things are, and then they just repeat those traditions. And with the advent of new technology and women being able to compete in like the sphere of like science, medication, or like, you know, medicine, like they even can compete in physical jobs. Like women do pretty damn good, all things considered. You know what I mean? Like there might be like differences in strength level, but like that doesn't really matter as much because there are like correct ways that you can do things that like your overall strength doesn't matter. Like I knew technicians that couldn't lift like 80 pounds and they were still technicians. It didn't matter if they were man or woman. Yes, a majority of them were men, but like old men could do the job, fat men could do the job, skinny men could do the job, people on disability could do the job. Like, yeah, it was a back-breaking job, but like there were correct ways to do that so you didn't nearly fucking kill yourself every time you did a thing. So like, you know what I mean? Like, they just needed the freedom to be able to do those jobs. And I think more or less we've kind of accomplished that. And then unfortunately after that, feminism started trying to like wokeify things. And I think that's when they bit off more than they could chew because they just like, you're not sexist for playing video games. There's nothing sexist about playing video games. There's nothing sexist about the medium of video games. There might be sexist tropes that exist in video games, but that doesn't make you sexist. So when feminists came out to attack in like 2011 and 2009, when they were attacking atheism because it was more of a boys' space, because, you know, we were loud, obnoxious debaters, that makes sense. But then when they were attacking gamers for just playing video games, yeah, we all know someone that goes into a Call of Duty lobby and attacks girls. That guy is a sexist, misogynistic asshole. And he may not actually be sexist or misogynist. He might feel like privileged to do so because this woman is invading a male space, but he's articulating sexism. That's not cool. But that doesn't make all gamers sexist because there's a handful of bad actors that do bad things. Because I used to call out those actions when I was in those Call of Duty lobbies. Be like, dude, shut the fuck up. Leave that girl alone. She's probably going to get a better KDA than you because you're a fucking retard. You know? And half the time she never did. So, like, it made my thing whatever. But, like, attacking someone for their sex was a problem. But, like, the remedy for that was to say that all men were sexist, and playing video games made you sexist. That's not true, and there was no evidence to support that claim. Just as there's no evidence to suggest that playing video games makes you violent. Jack Thompson tried that. Like, that was an overreach from, you know, they received political capital for good movements, and then they tried to use it there, and it was a step in the wrong direction, and it probably poisoned the well against feminism when it shouldn't have. Like, we don't need to make every issue identity politics. You just don't have to. Like, we could just call out the bad actions of bad actors in that space without calling the entire space intrinsically this. And that's when I think feminism went too far. It made a lot of missteps. And then, you know, over 10 years, it helped corrode the culture. It turned men on feminism, and it created a divide between men and women that weren't necessary. And that's why a majority of men voted for Donald Trump and a majority of women voted for Kamala Harris. It was the fucking... Politics should not be that way. You know what I mean? It just can't be. All right. And then what was the other one you said, man? Oh, too small, we just did. Time. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, you just did a song about Soul Leak? That's wild. Okay, there's what right there. Here's time. There we go. I will say I get myself in a little trouble because I was raised Christian and I believed a lot of Christian things until I was a little bit older. But I still rock my cross, my dude. Apparently that's not really allowed here in Canada, though. Some eyes look at me weird. A lot of people think I'm like a crazy Bible, and I do use a lot of religious iconography in my songs. I really do. But that's just because I'm trying to take back a lot of religious iconography. You know.
God is good. Time is ticking. Two real trolls. Are you living?
See, I can't even get behind the sentence "God is good." One of the things that helped me solidify my atheism was Stephen Fry. And Stephen Fry sat down with a conversation, and he gave a really good, compelling point when he was talking, I think, to a pastor or something. And he was like, well, what would you say if you met God? And he was like, if I met God, well, then I would know God is real. He's like, but he's like, you don't think you'd get in with the way you've lived your life? He's like, I wouldn't want to. If I met God, I would look him in the face and say, how dare you? How dare you create a world filled with so much abject suffering that shouldn't exist? How dare you? How dare you create a fly whose entire job it is to land inside a small child's eye and bury itself into its iris and then killing the child slowly from an agonizing death that doesn't need to exist. Nature didn't need to make that. If God is an ultimate powerful being that created the universe, why the fuck did he make something whose existence is literally just causing abject pain to people around them? Like, if God is real, the dude is the biggest dick on earth. Like, why would you make cancer a thing? Why would you make bone cancer in children? Because someone ate an apple that you didn't like, so you made it to where now people suffer for all eternity? And then if they don't believe in your shit, you just go to suffering for all eternity? Like, wishing hell upon someone is just the worst thing I could ever... I don't even think Hitler deserves to burn in hell for all eternity. Suffering for all eternity for the rest of time because you didn't worship a man's name. I can never call that good, and I can never call that kind, and I can never call that love. Like, holy shit. Yeah, so the onus is on us, and we get to... So then God, if God is all powerful, he could fix it. Do you deserve to die? Yes, by our laws, if you go around killing people, Well, I don't know if we don't really have the death penalty anymore. But yeah, we judge people for their actions on this earth because unlike God, we have a society to run and we have to. You know what I mean? Like, yes. Like if God made it, God can unmake it. God chooses to keep that there as punishment. Punishment is not love.
God is good. Time is ticking. Two real trolls. Are you living? Yeah. I got it thinking and time and me have a lot in common. To be honest, we seem to always be there and people often rely on us. We are always the same, always changing, but some are constant. Sometimes we forget it's not just us and that there's more beyond us. Tick tock, tick tock. Time says a lot, even though she can't talk. Does she care for us at all, or is she just doing her job? I don't wanna be pushy, but can we at least pause? Can we make it stop?
Time is like a vapor, more awaiting. So a parent can love. What do you mean? So if a parent can love yet punish, do you understand the value, even like Jesus? So again, God's remedy is for you to prostrate yourself before God, right? Yeah, but like a God that creates this predicament, suffering, untold suffering for people. That's not kind. And yeah, you can punish someone, but do you think your parents punish? Okay, let's do it this way. If you don't say you love your dad every day, would he like have the right to come and punch you in the face every day for the rest of your life? Because that's what like hell is, like constant suffering for all time if you don't accept God into your heart, right? Like you go to hell. That's like in the Bible. Like if you do not adhere to like the values set to you by God, you suffer for all time. Think about that. Like you can punish someone, but like your punishment shouldn't be suffering for all time. Like a punishment is like time out. Adherence is not salvation. Yeah, you have to accept God. And like he just sets rules like a parent, and just like a parent, when his children broke the rules, he punishes. He didn't fix anything. What did he fix? They're still suffering. The suffering is still constant. You suffer on earth, and if you don't accept God, you suffer in the afterlife. That's not fixing anything. That's not even a Band-Aid fix. What do you mean? How does that fix anything? I created a world that kind of sucks ass, but if you believe in me and prostrate yourself before my son and myself, I will give you eternal joy for the rest of time when you die. How is that a fix? We didn't cause it with free will. Our free will did not create a fly that buries itself in people's eye. Our free will didn't create cancer. How did a human eating an apple create that level of free will? And even if that's the case, why did God set a game up? If he's so all-powerful, all-knowing, why did he create those rules to begin with? Eat this apple and I'll fuck up all humans for the rest of time. That doesn't make sense. And the cure can't be, well, Jesus loves you, and if you love Jesus back, you get freed. Why did he make a system that he could fix it tomorrow? He's God. He's all-powerful. He made it. He could change it. He built the house. He can go in and like repair the roof. Why would he? And then also, why would he make all people suffer for the actions of people that are not us? We have to pay the price of Adam and Eve for all time? When does the docket eventually turn in the red? When is enough punishment for all humans? Why is life itself punishment and then the reward is heaven? That doesn't sound like love to me. That doesn't even sound like the rules to me. That sounds like a tortured thing to do to people to make them suffer in certain ways and see if they can hold their faith so that in the end you can reward them for good behavior. How is that good? He let us rebel. He gave us the world we wanted without him. He gave us an out, but he didn't give it to us. He gave it to Adam and Eve. Where did we get to pick that? What? What? No, he's not giving us what we want. We don't want bone cancer in children. We didn't decide that. How? That's not God being loving. God can't be loving if he's creating suffering for the sake of suffering. It can't be a punishment that he does. Okay, if you believe that, do you owe money to black slaves because your ancestors committed a crime? They literally enslaved people. You don't uphold yourself to the sins of your father, right? Or else why don't we do reparations right now? What? If we're beholden to the sins of our ancestors, then we need to pay that money right now to the black community. But we teach people that we don't do that. You want God or no God. You don't want him, but you want his goodness? No, I don't think goodness comes from God because God created a world that makes people suffer. God can't be good, or else suffering wouldn't exist in such pure capacity to where people understand suffering as a universal language. It doesn't matter race, creed, or ethnicity, or culture or country. We understand suffering on a universal level because suffering is a constant in human existence. Why would God create that level of suffering indefinitely throughout all time? Because someone ate a fucking apple that we have 2,000 years ago, an asshole ate an apple and we all get to suffer for all eternity. That doesn't sound like love to me, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? What? That sounds insane. Like literally insane. Have you ever lied? Of course I've lied. People lie. That doesn't mean that we deserve to suffer throughout all time. What? Why do we behold ourselves to the actions of Adam? Why does God behold ourselves to the actions of Adam and Eve? Of course, everyone sins. It's called living. But I don't address my life in a credence to a book written 2,000 years ago. So the sin to me isn't the same thing as it is to you. And no matter what you say, it is not a justification for 2,000 years of suffering. Someone ate an apple. Someone didn't listen to God. So 2,000 years of suffering, abject suffering that most humans can understand? No, that doesn't make sense. That's not loving. What? You could tell me God is real. You could tell me God is powerful, but you cannot tell me God is loving. Punishment fits the crime. All suffering for all time for eating an apple? That's the crime we committed. Eating an apple when we were told not to. So people get to have some of the most horrific deaths throughout time for all time. That is delusional, man. What? Sin against a fly, you get nothing. You sin against a man, you get penalty. You sin against the ultimate creating God, what's the punishment? What the fuck? That doesn't mean anything. So we deserve our pain and suffering. Is that what you're saying? As a Christian, you're saying we deserved our suffering. You can look at a woman whose child just died and you can say she deserved that because someone ate a fucking apple. Really? That's your defense of your God? That doesn't sound loving to me, bro. What? How is that loving? How can you sit there and tell me that's a religion of love? This woman deserves to suffer because a motherfucker didn't do what God said 2,000 years ago. That doesn't seem like a just suffering. And that's just one person. Apply that to 8 billion people and apply that for 2,000 years. All the war, all the famine, all the death. That doesn't sound good. That's not loving. He's loving, but he's righteous and just. How is he righteous and just? So you're saying that suffering is justified. That someone could come in and rape someone you know, and because we're human and we live, that's okay. That's the will of God. It's okay. That suffering is tantamount because a man ate an apple 2,000 years ago. That suffering is okay. That's your argument right now, that suffering is okay. Eating churro seasoning with a spoon? Now that sounds dope. Not the will of God. It is free will. He has the ability to fix it. And we don't even believe in free will. Have you ever heard of determinism? There's arguments to say that we don't have free will at all. And free will is a delusion made up by religious people. That we are literally programmed by prior actions and our environment more so than anything. But it brought us to men who needed rules. They're not sure. Hey, baby.
You need food.
I need food? Ooh.
Put something in the mouth.
I'm not even being that crazy. What did I say that was crazy? I'm loud.
Can we make it stop? Got two hands, but sometimes I feel like it's three. Some look at our faces like there's something to read. We're simple and plain, there's not much that we need. Just working for an end that we're trying to achieve. I can count on her and she can count on me. We have to be mindful of each other if we're gonna succeed. We can do it together if that's how it has to be.
It is weird that time in like a religious sense is always thought of as a female. That is wild. I one time heard a guy talk about time. And he's like, we have no way to determine what time is. We don't know what time is.
It's father time. It's a male.
It's a long debate. I feel like, dude, we could go for hours, man. And also, I'm not mad at you. I might get loud. I might get animated, but I'm not mad. So if I came off as mad, I apologize. I get loud, bro. I get into shit. Okay. My blood starts pumping a little bit. When I'm angry, I'm very quiet. So let me just put that out there. I apologize if you took the wrong thing from what I was saying. Just giving pushback on what you were saying. In an animated way, whatever. But the best telling I've heard of time is we'd have no concept of what time is. A watch doesn't tell you the time. A watch just tells you our interpretation of how we gauge time. It doesn't actually know what time is. We don't know what time is. It's another dimensional understanding outside of what we know. But we have a way to gauge time. That's it. Losh just yells at people who can't even talk to him. We have to type. Yeah, dude. I just yell. I get loud, bro. I just get loud as fuck. You can ask the missus, okay? We'll be talking about like spider attacks. I'm like, what the fuck are the spiders doing? Like I just get loud, bro.
Sometimes though I wonder if we're on the same team. Time is ticking. Time is fleeting. Please don't leave me. Time is leaving, and I'll leave her. She won't care when I'm gone, though, that's for sure. When I'm distracted, she goes away, there's plenty of lures. That time she's the curse, and that time she's the cure.
See, that's an interesting concept for me, man. True, like, time is a fleeting thing. I've said this before in my reactions, and I'll say it till the day I die. That, like, time is the most valuable resource on earth. And we all take it for granted until we're almost out. It's like when you have weed, bro. You love sharing your weed until you're down to a little bit left. And you're like, fuck, dude, every one of these grains matter. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, dude. Like, I'll bust out my bag at a party, bro, but I swear to God. Ooh, baby. I will bust a bag out at a party. But if we start getting down to like a quarter of my weed left, I become a Grinch. That's not true. I'd share it even then. But still, like on the inside, I'm slowly dying. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, dude, I don't have enough to last the rest of the week now. Fuck.
Sometimes we're not what people expected, so I at least try to act unaffected. We both grow tired, slow and weary. We both need fixing, cause we start drifting. We're the same in this way, at least in theory. And we also learn to get better at predicting. Tick tock, you say a lot, even though you can't talk. Do you care for me at all, or are you just doing your job? I don't wanna be pushy, but can we at least pause? Can we make it stop? She in my conscience. Look at me like they know I messed up. They know it's time I fessed up. They say I know what you said, and I said what? And then we don't talk, but I need to tell God what's up. Time and me don't always get along. I can always go to God, he helps me stay strong. Time can hurt and make the pain feel long. Payback perhaps for all I did wrong. Do you just
So what I can say is this song is dope, honestly. It's not really about God. So like kudos to Dalta for writing in a way that like you still know his beliefs. You know his like you know that he's a man of God. You know that he's a man of the cloth, right? But like he's not like forcing it down your throat. Again, I really like a lot of my boys, especially the Christian ones, because I hang out with a lot of them. And Christianity can do good things, just like I believe most religions can. That's why Buddhism even says that. Like all religions are a pathway to enlightenment. I agree with that sentiment. Like religion can help you answer so many questions. But I like it when people are graceful with their religion, because that's part of religion. There used to be a time when you're not supposed to force it down people's throats. We kind of lost that grace in the 90s. but like it's cool that it's like it's a tasteful level of like admiration for their religion so far, right? But also it's a strong line. Like, I'm a Christian, god damn it. You'll admit that and you will respect my Christianity. But because I'm a good Christian, I'm not going to make every verse always tie back to God, even though we know it ties back to God for him. You know, that's cool. That's really good writing and a way to express yourself in a way that is like good. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting it out there, but you're not woking it. You know what I mean? You're not going woke with it. You're not forcing it down my throat. I get to see where you're coming from, understand your worldview, and wrestle with your ideas without having to intrinsically buy into everything you're saying.
If it long, pay back perhaps for all I did wrong. Do you just want me to admit that I want more? Don't you remember I've asked you before? I should just ignore you. More metaphor. You're just a reminder of life. You remind me life's coming and tell me keep it in mind. I thank you for that. I'll keep you inside. I live in the present with both of my eyes. Time and me don't talk about the past. But one thing's for certain, we both run fast. As fast as we go, though I always want her back. Please don't leave me, come back.
I like it, dude. I like it. It's a great song. Other than my little thing about God is good, or that's just my, I just can't stand that line, bro. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Or God is love or whatever. That shit sends me, bro. This sends me immediately. Cause like, dude, you can't claim that, bro. You can't claim that. I refuse that paradigm. Oh wait, did I like that song? What the fuck? No, what the fuck? Okay, let's comment on it, dude. Let's comment, dude. Hey. Other than one line. I love this track, bro. Oh my god, dude. My typing. Watched on stream. Your faith is awesome. Boom. Sheesh. That's a lot of likes. Yeah, dude. Well, like, dude, Idult I think he's a bigger content creator than me, 100% on. Yeah, he's 1.7, dude. Like, this dude is, he's cooking, man. He's cooking. Hey, Street Dolls liked my newest song. Bro, I don't think anyone, I'm going to listen to this while I eat. I don't think anyone has caught what this song is like really, like this line, I lived, I fought, now I rest. Like, that's a quote from somebody else, bro. And no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And I love it. I love it so much.
Da 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 da.
Woo. Hell yeah, dude.
Hey yo, I am lost to God. I speak my mind from the depth of my chest. I confess, I will say it, be your best. I fucking tried in all honesty. Yeah, I tried. I spent a life banging into every wall, just looking for brevity. But I stood before the storm, before the scorn. When I lay in defeat, I believe I will be proud of me. I lived, I fought. Yeah, I lived, I fought. Now I rest, yeah, I rest. that we rest. Don't mistake what I say, I was no cure. I did not survive the night, I failed this fight. I took shortcuts, caught in a lie. A failure of my mind, failure out of time. A thing that haunts man, the mark upon the soul. Caged in this chest, made a sin that we call flesh. I am a man, but I did try, did the best I could. Can you still be proud of me? Can you? I lived, I fought. Yesterday, you're alive today. Gotta make this life anyway. Break in the chest, move on, place that foot before the other. No matter how fast, just try. Just fucking try. Leave what is, leave what can be. Leave it all and just move forward with me. You're here today to face what may come. Forget pride and the things we leave behind. We face it anyway.
Yo, that shit's from Game of Thrones, bro. When Sir Alistair tries to betray, or he betrays Jon Snow, and he's about to get executed, he's like, any last words? He's like, I lived, I fought, now I rest. Fuck yeah, dude. Love it! Sorry. All right. Let's see here, dude. Who can we go check out real quick? Let's see if we can go into this song. Just grab these comments, bro. See if I recognize anybody. Because not a lot of people gave me like stuff to listen to, dude. I put this in prose saying I was doing this. I was hoping like more people would say, oh, you know what, dude? Let's go critically look at pros in my song so I could talk about how Pro did better than me. Never asked for much. Okay, here we go. So like Pro wrote this verse and he sent it to me and he was like, hey man, want to get in on this? All right. I'll throw that in there, bro. He said, you want to get in on this? So after I listened to his verse, I was like, dude, this is a dope verse. Like, it's pretty long, honestly. It's a very long verse. Like, look at this. Like, dude, this is like it's a whole song in itself, bro. Like, that's not a verse. You know what I mean? But, like, the way it covers things, like, while grandma's chairs gets colder every Christmas that survives, I watched a man smile with a pocket of overdrafts. Like, we go from like a dead grandmother to like someone who is still like happy in life despite not having things. You know what I mean? Like, he goes across multiple topics in ways that like is actually very intelligent. He talks about the difference of like religion and like the concept of like sometimes like a religious person could be a worse person overall than like a non-religious person, because like a religious person with anger management problems is kind of like indicative of like, are you like really practicing your religion if like you're allowing these negative aspects to still crop up, and how you really shouldn't hold people like to the craziest absolute letter of like stuff. Like, and it's like you can be a person that is essentially not in the fold of God and still be a decent person, and vice versa. Like, it's a very intelligent direction to take a verse in. And then mine is just like, I'm broke as fuck, I'm gonna make music anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I covered on a few things, but like Pro went at a deeper angle. So I tried to play the everyman, and I'm not much of an everyman because I'm a weird abstract little dude. I didn't want to do a song like he was doing, like 100%, because then like two guys trying to morally pontificate, I feel like would be a drawback. But by doing so, I eventually ceded all ground of like the deeper verses to Pro, and he dude, he destroyed it, dude. He destroyed it. You know what I mean? Let's just like we just listen to it. Like he fucked me up. You know what I mean? Like in a good way. You know?
I ain't scared of dying, I'm scared of wasting Tuesday. The little moments disappear way quicker than the blues fade. We spend our whole lives making plans for roads we never drive. While grandma shag gets colder every Christmas, that survives. I watch the man smile with a pocket full of overdraft.
God damn it. Suno, fix that. But like, that's sick, man. He's talking about making plans for roads you're not going to drive. He's talking about, you know, he's bouncing around from a lot of topics and a lot of moments to highlight what he's selling, versus mine kind of stays in one pocket, which is probably a failure of my writing, to be 100% honest. I can't really encapsulate multiple ideas. In fact, when I write a song, if I write a song and I do verse, chorus, verse, by the time I get back to the second verse, I've lost the momentum. I have to write verse, 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 and then do courses. But sometimes, because I'm doing that, my courses are detached a little bit from the verses, but at least it allows me to continue the train of thought that I'm having. But like the fact that he can jump around with like all of these like moments in like an explanation actually adds a better cadence overall, I think.
I'm scared of wasting Tuesday. The little moments disappear way quicker than the blues fade. We spend our whole lives making plans for roads we never drive. While grandma shag gets colder every Christmas, that survives. I watch the man smile with a pocket full of overdraft. Another bottom mansion just to wonder why he wasn't laughing. Funny how the scoreboard.
Right. So we go from the overdraft line to a guy smiling, and then we move from that to a guy buying a mansion who can't find out why he can't smile. You know what I mean? Like, he has all the money in the world and his problems are still there. It's a very complex, intelligent way to talk about, like, he's using metaphors in a way that's, like, intelligent. This is good writing, dude. Again, very wordy, very long, but, like, it's like a giant long rap verse. You know what I mean? Like, that's good. He's doing it good. He's telling a good story, and he's using ample metaphors while he's traveling through it.
Mansion just to wonder why he wasn't laughing. Funny how the scoreboard changed depending where you're standing. One man's made it is another man abandoning his family. I keep everything for conversation.
So again, he's talking about perspective. Like, this is an intelligent way to say it depends on where you're standing on where these lines are drawn. Like when I was talking earlier about people and like the definition of greed or this or that, like it's all based off of your perspective and your proximity to a thing. Like, this is an intelligent way to tell these lines. And it's really smart that he did it that way. Like when he did that, I was like, oh, well, I can't compete with that. Mine are way too visceral. I was like, so, okay, I'll play the everyman. You know what I mean? And I just, dude, he blew me out. You know what I mean? Like when you collab with someone and they're just like so much better than you thought you were going to, like, you know, you're like, damn, you know?
In his family, I keep everything for conversations more than the things ever should. Cause words will leave a mark, the money never really could. You can win the room and still go home feeling overlooked. Don't let my kindness turn to paperwork. By 41, it's gotta be more to come. Let me still stop for old dogs wandering down county roads. Let me still cry when the credits roll. If the story's cold, I know a preacher with a temper and a drunk with better grace. So
yeah, dude, I know a preacher with a temper and a drunk with better grace. Like that's such a cool juxtaposition and duality there. Like, that's just good writing. You know what I mean? Because like, it doesn't matter if you're religious. Some religious people have done horrible things. Like the Crusades were all religious differences. And like, it was one of the most bloodiest times on earth. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Wait, what? Play.
I quit holding halos with perfection makes it so diminished. Life will humble every expert with a sentence they can't finish. Half the people talking certainty, secretly just wishing. I still got dirt beneath my boots from trails I never named. Still got songs inside my phone that never saw stage. Maybe that's enough, maybe everything ain't gotta blow. Maybe life's just something else to throw away. Ask me why I think so much. Hell, somebody's got a silence, says more truth than 50 podcasts full of problems. I ain't looking for the answers, cards and stone by someone else. Just trying to leave a little piece behind before I leave myself. So if
And like with our conversations, me and Probe talked a lot about like what are we trying to do with our music? And me and him both came to a similar conclusion. Like both of us are going to be, I imagine he's not going to do it. He's talked about it. I don't know what his plans are. The world is different. But he told me that he didn't plan on being a father. Like me and him aren't going to leave behind an actual legacy outside of what we create here on Suno and with our work and the people that we've loved, you know? So like I've told him numerous times, the thing I'm trying to leave behind is like a little lantern for other people to stumble into. So that like if they're depressed or sad or whatever, or they're dealing with some insurmountable weight, I can't necessarily tell you that my beliefs map onto yours because I can't. I don't know exactly what you're feeling in this exact moment. I can't do that. I can't comprehend that. Everything filters through my own mind and my own ego and my own interpretation of that data. But what I can tell you is I was lost and I found a way out, and you aren't alone in the feeling of being, you know, lost. You know, if you can stumble upon my lantern, hopefully you can sit at it for a little bit of time to get slightly warm before you do the next trek. Like it's a little safety network out there in the dark that you might be able to grab onto, like a raft or something, you know? So like now he's even saying that here, and it's really good because we both came to a similar conclusion in our conversation. Also, it's cool that he's clinging to like some of that country roots that he's got. I personally I don't fuck too much with the country shit, and I'm not one of those good down boys down the South and none of that. So like all that shit is kind of like, for me, a miss. Like fuck that shit's cringe. But like it's cool that he's paying homage to his roots. And he's like saying that like no matter money he makes, no matter what he does, like he hopes that he never loses that countryness to him that helped craft the person that he is today. Like that's a good line, and that's something that people should stand for. As a city kid from Los Angeles, I might disagree with it, but like I'm glad that he's representing that version of himself, and that's really good.
Tomorrow calls my bluff and finally crashes me dead. Tell him I was far from perfect, but I meant what I said. I'd rather have 10 real ones than 10 million know my name. 'Cause flowers don't remember applause, they just reach when it rains.
So again, that was a very clever metaphor. Flowers don't give a shit about applause. They just reach for the rain. Like, it's true. It's like on brand. It's on point. And it's a metaphor proving the point that he's making. That's good writing, dude. You know what I mean?
Nothing here was ever ours. We only held it for a touch. I never really asked for much. A fleeting moment, scattering across eternity. Everything was oh so pretty. Here's to all the moments that crush. Never really asked for much. A fleeting moment, scattering across eternity. And I never really asked for much. Everything was oh so pretty. Everything was oh so pretty. Oh, here with bro, setting fire to these lungs. If I said I was rich, I got as much money as I give a fuck.
Like, I'm gonna tell you, dude, mine, I do like my verse. You know what I mean? Like, the verse is good. It's a good everyman verse. But compared to, like, the analytical approach and, like, the way that Pro did his, like, mine sounds more like a song, like a traditional song. But he went in way deeper avenues. He went down way more winding paths. He highlighted more moments. And it pays better dividends to the course. Now, mine sounds more songy because that's what my goal was. But because of that, I think Pro wrote ultimately a way better verse. Mine just sounds okay with the music because it's like, it's more of a song than it's hard to explain. It's more musically acceptable, but it's not better. You know what I mean?
Everything was oh so pretty. Oh, here with bro, setting fire to these lungs. If I said I was rich, I got as much money as I give a fuck. Not a single dollar to my name. Absent the fame, I rejected the whole damn game. Despite the simple plight, I still laugh through every night. No money to worry my mind, yet we still lay down the line. Got me fucked up, can't feel my face when the high hits. Gasping for air between nectar hits and shattering that haze. I find a matter on my mind. Gotta make it another day, so I grind. Yeah, I grind even when I'm absent on my mind. But that don't define me, I refuse to be bad Thursday. Still go, still real, still mean every word I say. Nothing here was ever ours.
Like his verse is a better verse. Now, musically, mine probably fits a better syllable count, has a better overall flow, but like his verse, like music isn't about what fits like the flow the best. It just really isn't. Music is, you know, if you're just listening for music sense, maybe it is. But like the message, the tone, the writing, Pro was better on that unilaterally. You know what I mean? Like he gathered more moments, which the chorus is literally about moments. He used it smarter transitions. He did a lot more outside of just I, because that's what my whole thing was, just I, which intentionally is what I try to do. But like, it was way worse because of it. You know what I mean? Like, Pro allowed you some reflection of yourself in his verse. Mine only allows reflection of me. So he even has a higher universality to it. And there's stuff in there that you can attribute and a better, you know what I mean? Like overall, it has like a better feeling and vibe. Like it was pretty fire. You know what I mean? And again, he also wrote the chorus. So the chorus is 100% to him. All I wrote was a verse, and my verse was weaker than his. You know what I mean? And I can sit here and say that with a smile on my face, no shame, because Pro is the GOAT. You know what I mean?
We only held it for a touch. I never really asked for much. A fleeting moment scattering across eternity. Everything was all so pretty. Here's to all the moments that crush. So never really asked for much. A fleeting moment scattering across eternity. And I never really asked for I never really asked for much.
Yeah, dude.
Everything was oh so pretty, so pretty.
And remember, he sent me the verse, so I wrote mine in hindsight, and it still came out worse. You know what I mean? Because when I wrote the verse, I was like, yeah, this is going to be fire. And then I went actually back and re-listened to his verse like 10 times. And I was like, no, he blew me out, bro. He blew me the fuck out. And I know my girlfriend likes like the tonality of mine better, but that she's my girlfriend. You know what I mean? But I really respect her opinion, so I can agree with like the tonality of mine having like a better overall flow, because I used a lot more spaces in my writing than like prose is just like a big thing of thought. But I think that big thing of thought pays dividends for the type of song that it is. Like it wasn't structured like a typical song, so I shouldn't have structured it that way. The tonality was fine, but like every other metric that you would have evaluate that from, Pro blew me out. So mad respect to our boy over there. I'm glad to take an L, bro. I could take an L with a smile on my face and be proud of it. I'm just glad I got the invite. You know what I'm saying? All right. So let's see here. Saying out of pity, lol. I'm joking. I promise. Hey, man. You truth is a truth. You know what I mean? Like that's just like, who was it? I was in Pro's thing and I was talking about the new album stuff. Like the new album tab is fucking stupendous. If you guys don't know it, if you're on the computer and you go to your album section or your playlist section, you can actually now view every playlist that you've liked. So if you have a song that you really like from someone and it's in an album, you go like the album. Now that'll appear in your I'll show you after the song in the playlist tab. So all of the albums you like are there. So I was telling people about it in Pro's Discord. And then a homie that I just reacted to one of his songs was like, I ain't got none of yours liked, you know, as a joke, obviously. And then I was like, well, that's true. A lot of my music is like more abstract. It's more like, it's not going to have a lot of universal appeal, you know? And he's like, dude, I was just joking. I was like, well, a truth is a truth, dude. The truth is a truth. I can tell who's liked it. I can see who likes my playlist. You know what I mean? Like, there's no love lost when you say a truth. You know what I mean? If someone came out tomorrow and said my writing was shit, I would probably agree with them. Like, I think that my writing needs to dramatically improve almost on every level. But I still like what I make, and I release it essentially for me. y'all contrast to each other well though. And that song, see, typically I write like Pro does, like in the bigger I don't use as many metaphors as Pro does though, so I will openly admit he's got me there beat. But like I usually write a lot of songs that are like, how do I say this? Like about overcoming some kind of adversity, but like accepting your lot in life and understanding that. So in that song, I try to write like more like a traditional rap song, like a rap, like as if I was like reaching out to him to do a feature. That's what I wanted. I want, you know what I mean? Like some features that you put on some other stuff, it's not like as profound as like what you would make on your own song. It's a feature, you know? So I figured that like I kind of wanted to do a feature that like represented what I believed to some extent, but more or less just a song. But it's probably not the song to do it on. I just thought if we both came out trying to wax, like, what's the word I'm looking for? If we both try to come on there and act super pedantic, I feel like the song would have been worse for it, but that could just be my own headcanon and my own personal cope. You know what I mean? All right, let's get into Velocity Profit. All right, this is like a Will Berry song, like I was showing you that one earlier. Okay, all right, so we're going for like hyper bars. Okay, all right, let's see what you got. Okay.
Measurements, etiquette, pessimist, negligence, testament, letterman, lettering, letting them bet again, veteran, finish it better than everything, syllables, slithering, synonym, cinnamon, minimum limit, I never considered it, riddle it, scribble it, literal, literature, critical listeners, living an intricate signature, lexicon, pentagon, echelon, resonance, relevance, measure by...
Yo, I'm fucking with this. See, like, this is fast rap, but like, it's pronounced all the way around. Oh shit, it's dumb. What's up, dude? What's up, Dumbstruck? Bro, remaster that fucking song, god damn it. But see how, like, even though this should not work, right? Like, this should not work as a song. Like, even my my Rage song that I put out there shouldn't work. But this shit is fire, dude. Now, some people won't rock out to this because there's not a lot of story being told, even though there is a story so far. But I wonder how well it'll keep up. Like, I mean, you went 3 minutes. Like, Jesus fuck, dude. I thought I was flexing with one, and you were like, dog, you don't know shit.
Testament, letterman, lettering, letting them bet again, veteran, finish it better than everything, syllables, slithering, synonym, cinnamon, minimum limit, I never considered it, riddle it, scribble it, literal, literature, critical listeners, living an intricate signature, lexicon, pentagon, echelon, resonance, relevance, measured by rhetoric, elegance, eloquent, negligent, never been evident, every sentence engineered with obsessive intelligence.
Yep. Read it,
read it, edit, embed it, credit, debit, ledger, every letter getting shredded, headed where they said I never get it, now they regret it, every metric.
God damn, this is going hard as fuck, dude. What the fuck? Chill.
Getting bent until the pencil looks synthetic, guessing, stressing, hacking, guessing, self-assessing, lessons manifesting into methods never resting, question every questioner that's questioning my message, then I answer with a question, not a question in the question, slowly came and spitting like he had a fucking list, bitch, every S oscillating, every hit become a cipher leak, they searching for the source like classified archives, whole page blacked out, still they coding every line, simoronic, paradoxical, chronologic, metaphoric, morphology, bordering demonic, hyperbolic, probably, but the product still astonishing, every consonant accommodating common logic.
Hey, yo, this is fucking intense, bro. My blood is starting to pump a little bit. You can now remix the song if you want, and there are any other songs, just let me know. You listen to them. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking dumb, bro. I love you, bro. We need to get you back to releasing some songs, man. You know what I mean? Like, every time you comment on one of mine, I click your page to see if there's something new, and I'm like, fuck!
Accommodating common logic. Lemonade stand, that's a classic when it land. The room just hear a punch, the rest already understand. This is fine with the flames, but the callback was the plan. Every meme becomes a mechanism, never just a name. Palindromic patterns packed in panoramic passages, anagrams.
Holy fuck, dude, I like that. Every meme becomes a mechanism, never just a name. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Hell yeah.
Palindromic patterns packed in panoramic passages, anagrams attacking every paragraph with accuracy. Acrobatic language, every adjective elaborate. Half the battle's catching it, the other half
just got me wanting to write, god damn it. Fuck, dude. I thought I was doing good, dude. Hobie said, you want some fucking rhymes, bro? Fuck out of here.
Rewind another meaning in the distance. Every listen lifting different pieces in the vision. Supercalifragilistic, not as too predictable. I'd rather build polysyllabics into something
Yo,
unforgettable.
we even got meta up in this bitch. What's up, man? All right.
Every listen lifting different pieces in the vision. Supercalifragilistic, not as too predictable. I'd rather build polysyllabics into something unforgettable. Sasquipedalian tendencies, exceptionally intentional. Vocabulary weaponized without becoming inaccessible.
That's wild. What the fuck?
Intercontinental, instrumental, incremental, fundamental, fundamentals turn transcendental, existential.
He used every word in the dictionary. Yeah, dude. I have a habit of doing this. Like, I'll say a line, and then I'll put a one-word rhyme after it, and then I'll go to another line, and then I'll just completely never use that shit again. Bro, this is like a higher, like, I kind of want to show you guys a song I wrote a while ago, but like, it's too self-promoting, so I won't. But like, I have the Great Vast Blue. Yeah, dude, you'd be sitting there like, fuck. I have a song called The Great Vast Blue where I'm sitting on the ground looking at the stars or the blue sky, and like, because of like some freak accident, I start floating into space. And the song is literally about like ascending through the stratosphere or the 5 layers of the atmosphere until I enter the furthest possible part out. And the next song, then it becomes like this weird, super rhymey, super fucking like soup of like bullshit to like grasp onto what it means to still be human. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And I use a lot of weird rhymes in that, but like, this is like stepping all over it. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ.
Intercontinental, instrumental, incremental, fundamental, fundamentals turn transcendental, existential pencil with a developmental mental. Every developmental step became exponential. Wikipedia rabbit holes, recursive information. One citation leading to another generation. Google every punchline, still require interpretation. Cause the reference is the setup, not the final destination. Particulate particles accumulating, calculating cadences. What candidate took capitulating? Capillaries, capsize, capitalize, captivating. Every couplet carrying another conversation. Skepticism, mechanism, pessimism, optimism. Algorithmic rhythms breaking out the logarithms. Prisms split the vision, now they're seeing different systems. Every bar refracting into multiple dimensions. Read it, read it, let it, edit. Code it, note it, decode it, get it. Surface level, cool, forget it. Deep end, that's where I embedded. Meticulous, ridiculous, linguistically omnivorous. Rigby pyrotechnics mixed with surgical precision. Every multisyllable interlocks with its equivalence. So by the time you catch the first, I've already built the next 6.
Dude, this might be like the hardest rap on all of Suno. Like, bruh. This is playlisted now, my dude. Homies Volume 2. What the fuck was that, man? I feel like my brain just got blown the fuck out. That was a very impressive... I thought I was a good writer for raps, and here I stand, completely in awe. Impressive, my dude. Impressive. And guess what, dude? It wasn't very AI heavy. I'm fucking around with you, bro. That was a dope track. We need to drop a dope comment. Can you make another cool verse in rap mode? 6.0 Pro did too. Shit. Bruh. Full send. I bend the knee. All right. I also got to go play that new song that Guster made. Because I did say I would do that. Okay. And then you said the other one's called Rap Mode or whatever. Let's get off of that one. Oh, I Delta commented on one of them. So where is this song? Is it on Dolta's or Soul Leak's page? Let's see here. Oh, why don't we just use Discord to do this? Just go here. On my page. Okay. All right. Well, that's a lot better because then I could just do boop, boop. Then you said it was called Rap Mode 6.0. I think you can actually search on here now. Is that a thing? No. Okay. Oh, here we go. Believer's Way. Oh, okay. T Raven, Bottom of the Barrel. I don't know two of these guys. I don't know these two. But 68 likes? Hell yeah, dude. It's like the Avengers assembled. I'm so for that, dude.
You know our names? Two names, one meaning. Solid Leak. C to the D to the E on the beat.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Trevin on the beat. Let's go, bro. I to the A. CDDE is here to stay, staking in God's way. Red and purple favorite colors. I used to freestyle, then I signed up to be hated just to fast keep up with my track. I'm bringing conviction.
One thing that will always boggle my mind is like the self-victimization that Christians do to themselves. I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand how you can be the largest religion in our country and then also be like, but everyone's against us. It's like, bro, what? Like, you are the majority, dude. Fuck.
I to the A. CDDE is here to stay, staking in God's way. Red and purple favorite colors. I used to freestyle, then I signed up to be hated just to fast keep up with my track. I'm bringing conviction, no sinning is staking in concealment. Faith is how I live, pay attention. Putting to death my doubts, grabbing my thoughts, chaining them down. I'm a beast, can't be tamed. Even in my doom, can't be doomed. I'm starving for God's word. Feasting and feeding his spirit, thirsty, drinking it down like a can of Sprite. Work out my anger hides my depression. I ain't someone to be messed with. I'm pressing, recording, rhyming to impress the rest. Put on my suit while my girl puts on her dress. I'm not better than the rest, but I'm committed. I say what I say, yeah, you know I meant it. Haters trying to burn my passion, praying on my downfall. I spoke truth and they wanna cut my tongue out. They're pointing my fails out. Keep doing it cause I'm stronger in my shame. I don't take vainglory. God's wisdom from one word is worth more than a math test at 100, but I know my purpose.
I disagree fundamentally with the message so far of the song. And there wasn't enough space for all the lyrics for everybody.
I've been purchased, see the price tag on my neck. Christ saved me from being a mess, and he still keeps me in check from swerving and causing a wreck. Walking late, eyes on me, they freeze.
See, I don't understand the Christian view in that regard. Like, are you saying that you always want to do wrong, and if it wasn't for the love of God, you would just do wrong constantly? Like, I feel like that's a bigger testament to you as a person. Like, I don't want to do wrong constantly because I have a moral code that I built up through, like, years of anger management therapy and, like, looking to, like, stoicism and Bushido and various other forms to, like, negate some of my darker impulses without God. You know what I mean? Like, are you saying that, like, without God, you would just go around and, like, be robbing people, slapping people? Like, I don't understand that, but, like, you know, the verses are fucking fire so far. You know, I just disagree with the sentiment.
Me in check from swerving and causing a wreck. Walking late, eyes on me, they freeze. I don't chase dreams, I invoice fees. Ice in my veins, calm when they push that line. You post that life, I live that grind. Turn my L's to leverage, turn my hurt to armor. You talk big online, in person you softer. I don't need your credit, I'm my own cosign. If respect got weight, then my name hold mine. Cold heart, carry on. I travel light, I'm gone, can't tag along. You were dead weight all along.
I do love that we're entering a world where we're calling out bad actors in public spaces. For me, yeah, no, I mean, it's cool and all. It's just I don't like the Christian view on that per se. For me, a person failing to essentially contain their darker impulses isn't like a lack of God or something. It's that those darker impulses were just stronger. You know what I mean? Like, and those darker impulses have a reason to exist, as mentioned a little bit earlier. Like, without ego, you wouldn't have a sense of self to defend. Without those dark impulses to tell you to feed, eat, and survive, you wouldn't have, like, to some extent, greed. You wouldn't have like the necessary mechanisms to like want to do those things. Like greed and ego are merely just drives and where we've defined them in such ways. But like those drives are tantamount to a person surviving. So like sometimes your drives overpower, your conscious capability to do things. Like we all have been in positions of anger where we do something that we know we shouldn't do them. Like that is a reality for all of us. Like we have a level of anger that can push us beyond like our cognitive capabilities. That's why we have like, people that have lost their minds when they like walk in on a loved one or something. And, you can claim like brief insanity for like what you might do in that circumstance. But to do that, we always determine intent. Like if you're thinking your way through a crime, you're not in that position. Like insanity means you just snap and you do a thing. You don't really think your way through that situation afterwards or through while you're doing it. Like intent can be like verified. People say Christ comes into their life and they start changing for the better. For me, that's what it is. Just people are becoming better people through Jesus. Yeah, but like I agree with that sentiment, but I could take a rational approach to that and say that Jesus isn't even part of the equation. That you started listening to good advice from Christian orthodoxy. Because there is good advice in there, and you started applying that good advice to you in a tangible way that saw a positive outcome. That wasn't Jesus improving your life. That was you making active choices along the way to adhere to the teachings that Jesus was initially pushing, which were good teachings, by the way. There's a lot of stuff in Christianity that should be replicated by other people, regardless of their religious thing. I wouldn't consider that a win for Jesus. I would consider that a win for the person for doing better things with new information. Not necessarily that Jesus did anything to warrant any kind of credibility there or God, that you just took on better information and that better information came with better outcomes. Because like people do that math right away. Like me and you understand that there's a fundamental difference between you and I. Like if you have something I want, I could just take it. Like I'm 6'3", I'm relatively strong. Are you going to stop me? Probably not unless you got a gun. But you know what happens? Then now I have an enemy that wants that thing back. And now I have to spend my life on defense. So like I can do the math pretty quickly to assume that taking something from you isn't necessarily a good equation that I should participate in. Because then now it means I have another enemy that I have to watch out for in a world where I could already have endless amounts of enemies. So like you can do the math pretty quickly and understand that working with you is a better way to get something that I want. Like I don't need Christ to divine that for me. And I don't need a religious books to do that. Like society has done that since the beginning. That's why we created hunter-gatherer tribes and we started working with people instead of being at odds with them. It's why dogs joined in with humans to like be themselves self-tame so that they have a constant supply of food. Like people intrinsically do the math on like interactions all the time. Sometimes you want a thing, but like wanting that thing doesn't overpower wanting a peaceful life to go with it. Like only sociopaths and psychopaths will negate long-term success or good immediately for some short-term gain. That's usually a level of like incorrect thinking. You know what I mean?
Leverage from my hurt to armor. You talk big online, in person you softer. I don't need your credit.
But also mad respect for more people calling out bad actors online. Like we all know that some people will say something boldly on the internet, but if given the opportunity to say it face to face, they won't do that. Like the same thing can happen in like a professional environment. I remember I got myself in a lot of trouble at my job because I would actively say what I was thinking to our bosses and employers. And let's just be brutally honest here. Telling them what you want to tell them versus what they want to hear is usually not a good calculation for long-term employment at said locations. But a lot of people say a lot of things, but they don't do a lot of things. That's why you always want to judge a person for the things they do and not necessarily the things they say. Because every one of us has the concept that we're good people and that we're doing the best thing and we're adhering to truth. But we don't necessarily have the facility to like make that argument or the faculties to make that argument, or we don't have enough information to make that argument. Even now, when we're talking about like a thing we're seeing, when we're coming to a conclusion of what we're seeing, we're doing it off of just our own perception of what we're seeing or viewing. Meanwhile, we're not sure about what happens in the back rooms. We're not sure what's going on the ground floor. At the end of the day, you should always hold people accountable for their actions and not necessarily the things they say, because you can say virtually anything if you have the ability to talk.
Got my own cosign, if respect got weight, then my name hold mine. Cold hard, carry on, I travel light, I'm gone, can't tag along, you were dead weight all along. Cold hard, carry on, I cut ties, then I so bored, you want smoke, just say it, I don't bluff, I state it, savage on a Monday, numbers on a Tuesday, by the time you wake up, I'm on plan 2, 3, kept receipts.
Did I lose where I'm at, bro? What the fuck? Bruh. This is too confusing, man. I think I'm at Mercedes, but I don't see the sore board line, bro. Did we already switch to Pro? What the fuck? Alright, we're gonna go back a little bit.
Things calm when they push that line. You post that life, I live that grind. Turn my L's to leverage, turn my hurt to armor. You talk big online, in person you softer. I don't need your credit, I'm my own cosign. If respect got weight, then my name hold mine. Cold hard, carry on, I travel light, I'm gone, can't tag along. You were dead weight all along. Cold hard, carry on, I cut ties, then I so bored. You want smoke, just say it.
I'm not seeing where this is. I'm so confused. Is some of these lines not even on the fucking thing? Oh, maybe there wasn't enough room. Okay, well, let's get into it.
I don't bluff, I state it. Savage on a Monday, numbers on a Tuesday. By the time you wake up, I'm on plan 2, 3, kept receipts. Got them all in my head. You turn back once I already left. Told me I was too much. But now you want a piece. You can keep that vibe, I'll keep my peace. Yeah, my circle's smaller, but my view got wide. If I say I'm good, that means I really tried.
Okay. I was getting so lost, dude. Holy fuck. Oh, my bad. All right. My apologies, Mr. Cater Eek. Or I don't know. Why do you guys use weird font, man? I'm old, all right? Fuckers, stop. Jesus. All right. My bad. Woo.
Yeah. They call me persuasive pro. I'ma show you that invasive hoe that took form in the place of my soul. A paradox poet, I'm burning cool. Holy intelligence, a quantum fool. Commandments rebooted through 808 gates. Walking out from where my demons ate. Face so loud that it fractures chords. I'm fluent in mistakes, so I rhyme in swords. Parables encrypted in my vocal cords. I'm the prodigal prodigy, and that ain't all of me. Holier than artillery wins sins. The economy got angels.
I like it. I will say the 808 line, though, was like the weakest line so far. I'm going to say it, pro, and I'm sorry if this offends you, but that feels like an AI line, bro. I know it's not, but like 808, man, every fucking rap, if you let it, tries its hardest to mention 808s, even if it's just like in the fucking style box, my dude. Giving you some pushback, my king. You're not exempt. But no, I mean, the rest of these fucking lines are fucking phenomenal. I just don't know about that one, dude. I just don't know about that one.
Yeah. They call me persuasive pro. I'ma show you that invasive hoe that took form in the place of my soul. A paradox poet, I'm burning cool. Holy intelligence, a quantum fool. Commandments rebooted through 808 gates. Walking out from where my demons ate. Face so loud that it fractures chords. I'm fluent in mistakes, so I rhyme in swords. Parables encrypted in my vocal cords. I'm the prodigal prodigy, and that ain't all of me. Holier than artillery wins sins. The economy got angels on salary, demons on apology. Devil owe me interest, I'm collecting the dichotomy. I done told y'all I am from deep down in the woods. Only walk where I should. Down here life moves slow, but I am so sharp I cut time as it passes. You think you could be the mind behind the glasses? From the dirt to the dome, I roam like Job. Clothes torn up and but the truth reloads. Like fame crooked, I just straighten up the scope. Empty the clip through the rising smoke. I was down in hell for days and days. Then I seen light shatter through my old dark ways. I left hell on red. God type next. Devil through shade, I photosynthesize these flames. I'm proof God blesses. I track brains, I don't bite bars, I baptize corpses. Y'all recycle flesh, I resurrect the corpses. See, I'm graced with a grudge, peace with a punch. Heart been saved, but my tongue ate lunch. Every word I say got a full stomach. I'm a scholar and roughneck. That's all turbid blooded, rip repeated a confession. I teach these lessons with a divine compression. Vital in my blood is a DNA key. On my doubt stack quietly when I breathe. I turn guilt to fear. fuel, remorse to mix. Rhyme like I take like a sucky, the scripts, not brags of prayer, disguised in a bar. My boss got boss to sell in a rhyme. Wordplay, we run time, still ahead of his prime. I forgave, but I ain't forget this amnesia. On ice, hard-coded and inverted. Got my mercy on a thin slice. Have depression since I was 7. Turn suicidal at 11. To be honest, I have seen stranger things. Feel like you can race with those paper wings. Been to the upside down and the right side.
All right, man. Honestly, this is like literally going on way too long. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, some brevity for these rhymes probably would have done it. Like, you guys should limit yourself to like 8 lines. This way, you have to like force yourself to put the most impactful rhymes in there. Because one of the things that like original traditional songwriters do is they have to distill these things and listenable breakdowns. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to feel like you're opening a book when you like go into a song. Like, all of the lines are good and all the rhymes are good, but like, we're talking about 10 minutes of just crazy sick bars. At some point, you're gonna blow your brains out. Like, you can only take so many. You know what I mean?
Up to my business, run through my whole cup. 666 marks in my mind, I'll blend. Food scriptures flow like a violin. Devil knocking, dying vitamin. Just to show them what it looks like when I don't sin. I rap like proverbs out of violent mind. My angel born a fire, beat its desire. The name was never the same. Heart still beating, nothing in the floor. Lines over your head like the flame you ain't paid for. Say flash like I'm stunning on, making all this like I'm an AI modes out. Word to the father from sign eternal. Word of verse so hot, every verse infernal. Fling to the booth, call it a gospel thermal journal. Yeah.
He went so long that AI gave him a new flow. I will, and it's weird too. And I will just say this because even though I love Pro, it's weird that like someone who likes to make 3-minute songs literally writes 3-minute verses. You know what I mean? At some point, you're kind of like, yo, hold on, dude. Like, what are we doing? Like, I feel like I've been on this verse for like, I feel like I've aged 5 years. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's the goal of a verse. You guys ever play Dark Souls? Or no, sorry, Elden Ring? And like, you log into the world and you're like, oh yeah, dude, shit to do. And then you open the map and then you're like, oh fuck, there's so much shit to do. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking, like, some brevity is a good thing, my dude. You don't have to put every line in a song, dude. Not every rhyme that's in here needs to make it to the page, dog. Like, it kind of fucks with replayability a little bit. Like, this will not be a song I come back to listen to, even though the lines are sick as fuck. Because, like, I don't want to get stuck in a 10-minute jam sesh. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm tired of the talk, they keep saying I'm wrong. Your path ain't real, you survived off luck, moving on. They don't know what I lived, I remember it clear. I was pulled from the dark, God brought me right here. Show me road, show me truth, I can never deny. Back when looks had me trapped, trying to fit in their eyes. I was chasing reflections, fake frames, fake crowns. Now I know what I wanted wasn't me all along. Since birth, since breath, he knows all of my days. I was bending my spine just to earn their praise. Try to please every man, play the role we're faced. But that life don't align with the purpose I chase. I'm not here for applause, I'm alive for the king. Not the quiet scared kids that would laugh at this thing. Not my name, just my image, try breaking my frame. Now I'm forced in the fire, pressure hard in my name when I
I'm not even gonna lie, dude. So far, this is the one with the best cadence. Like the rapping is matching like the correct cadence through it. It's got like the best repetition so far. I'm not talking about the bars, just the cadence that's coming out, the AI model that's selected.
holy waters, I saw the kingdom was true. Timothy was the name I became when I grew. That's me. No disguise, no aesthetic defense. No more pain without reason, no pretending, no sense, yeah. No masks now. If God read the script, then I won't complain. I'm built different, people lost in their brain. They don't know what they want, trying to fill that space with the shine of the world, but it rots the faith. I don't feel that void no more, no more. I don't feel that void no more, no more. Sadness hits sometimes, tries pushing me down, but I know I'll overcome it, won't keep me bound. I don't fear the fall, I don't bite the bait. Even Christ in a while stood firm to the test. I'm flawed, still moving with help from above. Eyes on me from the heights, wrapped in mercy and love. I reject every chain that was pulling me low. I was born to prevail, let the victory show. I keep walking through storms.
See, I'm not liking this part. The cadence has kind of gone a little chaotic in its delivery, and it's trying to enunciate those words on the end portion, and it's just there's too much for it to do that to. personally.
Every loss I survive, burning marks on my skin, still standing alive. God over myself, over money and pride. That's the choice that I made. I won't run, I won't hide. I won't silence the truth just to save my position. I'm done wasting my hours inside repetition. Time flying, I see it every second precise. I won't let it be wasting, give my time to Christ. Getting ready for trials, let the future will send. I'll stand through the storms, be whatever comes next. I don't care what they think of my walk with my God's side eyes. Don't shake me, no, not at all. I ask heaven for wisdom, decisions stay clean. My road's already written. God runs the scene. I won't fear any evil. I know who I trust. Only He can redeem us. Only He, only Him, only.
God, I hate that. Only Jesus can save us from ourselves. So cringe. But, you know, it sounds good.
Him, holy authority holding me closer. Floating above the chaos, I never get lost. Broken but chosen, I lock in my focus. Speaking with boldness, I know that He's got this. Over and over, I'm loaded with purpose. All of the voices are cut at they circus. Faith in the fight, I adjust how I'm motion. Sharper than ever, I step into devotion. Calling me crazy, I call it salvation. Limits imposed, I break every equation. Mind never idolize, cycle, elevation. Tongue is a word, I've been firing truth statements. Darkness was loud, but the truth was louder. Standing unchained, never bent, never bowed, yeah.
See, it's ironic because, like, if you're a Christian, you spent your entire life prostrating yourself before God. You literally bent the knee. Initially, you bent the knee. Like, goddamn.
Grace, faith, saved by the flame. Grace in my veins, light in my frame. Burn with His name, fighting the shame. Fight through the pain, life never the same. Cross-born, reborn, torn and restored. Storm was over, but I'm sworn to the Lord. Sword of the word, core never blurred. More in the word, true sharply heard. Sin stain, been chained, then He broke it. Heart dark, spark start, now I'm focused. Lost track, cross back, hope when I'm hopeless. God's path, not rap, love is the motive. King reigns, bring change, singing His glory. Lamb slain, sin.
I wouldn't say you had the weakest verse. I will say, from the verses I've already read, unfortunately, big chunks of them are missing, so I can't really speak to those verses themselves. Because it's hard for me. I'm old. Hard for me to follow. Your verse has a better tonality than the other ones. Like here, grace-paced, faith-based. You said so much in those 4 words, but it also maintained a fucking perfect sequence to continue that on. Now, I also do the thing, like I'm very self-critical, because even that verse that song that we did with what's his name, Gusta, I went there and I was like, damn, dude, I think mine was the worst. You know, granted, all I could do was write 4 lines, and I didn't get to see what anyone else wrote, so I just wrote 4 lines, handed them to him, and hoped for the best, you know. But then when I go listen to it, I feel like I didn't explore as much as I wanted to, you know, with those 4 lines. But like that self-criticalness is like, I do it too, bro. I do that shit too. Like my first opinion about my song with Pro was like, damn, I did worse, you know? Or like I did a song with Starlight that hasn't gone live yet. I sent her a verse and I think hers is better than mine, you know? And she even wrote the chorus because I kind of fucked up on that. I didn't realize that like when you invite someone, you should already have the chorus done, I suppose. But her choruses are probably better than the one thing I really suck at writing are courses, dude. But I would not undersell what you're doing here, young man.
Storm was over, but I'm sworn to the Lord. Sword of the word, core never blurred. More in the word, true sharply heard. Sin stain, been chained, then He broke it. Heart dark, spark start, now I'm focused. Lost track, cross back, hope when I'm hopeless. God's path, not rap, love is the motive. King reigns, bring change, singing His glory. Lamb slain, sin drain, rewrite my story. Pure grace, sure faith, walk in His mercy. Christ saved, I'm raised, He worthy. Flame lit, aim fixed, spirit uplifted. Name praise, chains break, soul been gifted. Warfare, breath spread, daily I'm lifted. True set, path let, no more conflicted. Night fade, light made, Satan His vision. Right way, Christ stays, life in submission. Tight pray, my gay, fight with precision. God's grace, my pace, walk with conviction. Fall back, call back, He always answers. Grace stack, faith act, break every cancer. Sin crack, been trapped, now I'm a dancer. Joy floods, blood love, Christ is the answer. Firm stand, God's plan, hand on the plow. Word strong, lifelong, here in the now. No fear, hope, near, clear is my vow. King's child, reconciled, living it now.
I like it. Again, the only thing I don't really like is the constant connection to God as someone who's an atheist. But if I recall, this was written relatively fast. Yeah, dude, Soul did fucking phenomenal. Again, I had a complaint about how long T. Ravens was and Pro. And these are both people that are bigger artists, you know what I mean? Like, realistically, since Pro runs the idea of making 3-minute songs, his verse should have been much more restrained. You know what I mean? Considering that like that's the rule that he lives by when he writes. You know, he doesn't like adding a bunch of extra flavor text into what he's doing. Or at least that's what he said in our interview. And it's kind of what he expressed to me personally. So you think that he would have had a little more restraint in some of the verses. Like, again, all of his rhymes were good. You know what I mean? But like, sometimes saying less is saying more, you know? Now, in rap, it's very hard to do because in rap, it's always about like how deep, how dope is the lyricism? How dope is this line? How many things can I connect? But in every other style of music, space, quietness, and breathing of the instrumentation is very important for like tonal control of a song. Rap is a little different. It has different rules and it kind of makes their own, you know, but you would think that someone that lives by a creed of like, I want to make a 3-minute track, his verses would have been a little more, they were amazing, but they would have been a little more compiled, a little less bite and a little more, you know, I don't want to say substance because he had heavy substance. I'm just saying that like, sometimes you can put too much into a rhyme and that can have a negative effect on the tonal delivery of the track. I think yours hit a more happy medium. I messed up on the first time too, short, and I wrote this maybe like a day and a half, I think. Lost, I'm going to send you an unreleased and let you play it live. Going to see what you think as well as Dalta. I agree, as a lyricist using AI, I try to spend more time on vocals, which were human made, than, yeah, dude. And that's, you know what I mean? Sometimes a little less goes further. You know, just because you can think it and rhyme it doesn't mean you should force it. Now, again, all of his bars were good, but if you would have subtracted a few more, maybe his strongest ones would have hit a little harder. You know what I mean? So I honestly, Soul, I think that you did a lot better than you're giving yourself credit for, especially while competing against like artists like, you're not really competing against them, you know what I mean? But like, it's like a friendly competing, you know what I mean? Like I'm in a song with them. So like, to what degree can I take ownership of this song? And I think yours stands on its own as well. Like I'm not trying to underplay what Pro did whatsoever, but like both, you know, this Trevin feller or T Raven and Pro kind of overindulged a little, and it made their verses almost a little weaker because of it. So I would not undersell what you did, bro.
Life is submission. Tight brain, my game, fight with precision. God's brace, my pace, walk with conviction. Fall back, call back, he always answers. Great stack, break every cancer. Sing, crack, been trapped, now I'm a dancer. Joy floods, blood, love, Christ is the answer. Firm stand, God's plan, hand on the plow. Work strong, lifelong, here in the now. No fear, hope, Nick, clear is my vow. King's child, reconcile, living it now. Listen up. Why do you hesitate to stop and pray? Jesus' blood was spilled. It's the price he paid, so you can go on your day to day.
All right, dude. I'm gonna try not to disparage Christianity, but man, these are some heavy Christian things. Bottom of the barrel. I don't think I've listened enough to his music, so this will be a good one. And look at here. Like his verse seems to be the shortest. You know what I mean? Like there might be respect in that alone. Again, looking at some of the John 3:16, I imagine this is gonna probably grate my biscuits, but let's get into it.
Living it now. Listen up. Why do you hesitate to stop and pray? Jesus' blood was spilled. It's the price he paid, so you can go on your day to day, but you brush it off and play it to your final day. Jesus is the one true king. Hear the trumpet sound, let it ring. Hallelujah is what we sing. Don't be the puppet and cut the strings. Feel the warmth the good Lord brings. So hit your knees.
God, it's so cringe, dude. It's so fucking cringe. Don't be a puppet while like literally definitionally being the biggest puppet in the room. It's so wild how Christians can just like rewrite all meaning. Like, holy fuck, man. At some point, a part of me thinks like it's brain damage. I don't know how they can do it. Like, definitionally, you're being a puppet when you like say that you have a king. Like an atheist is literally antithetical to like being controlled by like, you know, a higher power. Like submitting your power and self to the control of God because he's all wise, all powerful, and all loving is like the most puppet thing a person can do. It's saying you don't trust your own self to be a person in life. I don't know how Christians get to like warp language to like make themselves always like the one people resisting the trend when like they're playing into the biggest trend in modern America. It's fucking, I don't know how they've managed to like fucking mind fuck themselves into these positions, dude.
It now.
Listen up. Why do you hesitate to stop and pray Jesus' blood was spilled? It's the price he paid, so you can go on your day to day, but you brush it off and play it to your final day. Jesus is the one true king. Hear the trumpet sound, let it ring. Hallelujah is what we sing. Don't be the puppet and cut the strings. Feel the warmth the good Lord brings. So hit your knees and bow your heads. Don't be held down by the devil's lead. Don't push them away. Don't be the Pharisees roaming today. Don't get lost in the fray. Heaven is keep its score. Walk through when God opens doors and pick yourself off the floor. Hit your knees, lower your head, cause this is a believer's war. A believer's war.
I don't mean to disparage bottom of the barrel whatsoever, but that was the weakest verse. Like, God, he did what I did. You know what I mean? Like, he came in and he was like, I'm going to talk about one thing only, and I'm staying on that. And he did not deviate. He didn't branch into anything. He didn't add other textures or moments or anything else to like, he added no profundity to what he was saying. He pulled a wheelbarrow, my dude. Like, goddamn.
John 3:16. For God gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life.
Woo. Okay.
You know my name. Got the team. We don't settle aggressive but gentle. We're a vessel, a rebel collected from several special mental perils, effects encompassing specular, reflecting of a particular protector, projecting a sector of perfected corrections in every direction. The objective selected and the lessons infected with interjections, rejected in selfish ambition. But he's not a neglector. We're connected and effective against deception. Inflicted the tempter's been wrecking himself in a deadlift. Cause Jesus let the dead live, an incredible record getting set on the regular man.
Like, dude, the rhymes are good. It's got a good flow. Again, though, I don't know how these people like they convince them of these crazy, like. I don't understand how someone can build the world, set the stage, set crazy rules, and then allow those like knowing full well those rules will be broken. Like he could have just not put the apple on the tree there. And then I don't know how like he can set the tone, set the stage, build the world, build all the animosity in the world, build hatred, build fucking racism and hatred between men. And then like he gets completely absolved of all of it because we put all of the onus on people, but none of the responsibility. Like, it's fucking wild math, man. Like, in any other situation, by any leader, by any dynamic, we would hold them accountable for the fertile ground they set. But, like, when it comes to God, we just completely wash away all of it. It's so fucking wild, dude.
A vessel, a rebel collected from several special mental perils, effects encompassing specular, reflecting of a particular protector, projecting a sector of perfected corrections in every direction. The objective selected and the lessons infected with interjections, rejected in selfish ambition. But he's not a neglector. We're connected and effective against deception. Inflicted the tempter's been wrecking himself in a deadlift. Cause Jesus let the dead live, an incredible record getting set on the regular man. We're affecting the weather on a molecular level, defending against the secular devil. I mean, at the end of the day, the Avengers assemble, and soon enough we'll see the enemy tremble. I'ma take it from the harder shop. I like my job, a barber, break it into parts like Tony Stark. Call me a fire starter. When I die, I meet the Father, be a martyr. Almost on his senses, I like Peter Parker, set the price like my name, kinda like when darker word, no water, shame on you. You talk no walker, don't break apart. You're guarded hard, we're fighting stronger with the partners. Holy Spirit, be my armor, be my charter, keep me proper when the storm approaches. Keep me calm and soul and that never falter. Set the markers, purpose, larger, I show my scars. I set the ark of the ponded wonders of my Father. Purpose brought it, don't need a charmer. When the world gets hard, she won't depart. You believe me now, we're just getting started. Life like a labyrinth, we're trapped in. We speaking fast, but not jabbering. Got some stories we all packing in. You try to compete, but you're babbling. Stop scrambling, stop stammering. We're gathering and rapping big. If our tongues are swords, we put the dagger in. Giving praise to Jesus of Nazareth.
Like, again, 6-track, sick bars. Don't like the under outline message. And it's crazy how like Christian trap rap of all things is so popular on Suno. It's so wild, man. But it also makes sense because I'm like, believe it or not, Suno is not that big in America. Suno is getting big in America, but Suno is big in other portions of the world. And other portions of the world have like different relationships with God. So like you can get a lot of like Russians in here bopping your shit. You know what I mean? They're like, hell yeah. And it helps push like the right wing agenda. And listen, man, I like it all. You guys are phenomenal writers. It's not my style. I was going for a pro vibe in this song here, and this one's called Flow Slow Glow. Okay. Let's see here. But again, I respect the good of Christianity for sure. I just don't like, dude, there's just so many corrosive elements to any religion, really. I mean, hell, there's corrosive. One criticism that you can give to atheism, by the way, is that like you cannot fully believe in atheism. You just really can't. You can't go 100%. Richard Dawkins wrote about this in The God Delusion, that if you're someone that is 100% atheistic and you know absolutely for certain there is no God, then you're a bad atheist. Atheism has to allow the credibility or the chance of being wrong because we just don't know. The claim that God is real comes from those making the claim that God is real. We aren't making the claim that God isn't real. We're saying that you haven't given us enough evidence to suggest that God is. But let's take it from, oh, dude, I shouldn't have taken those off, bro. Oh, I can't see shit. But let's take it from a face value, right? Like, let's say that I'm an atheist and I don't believe in God. Well, let's say God tried to talk to me directly. You know what I mean? Now, if you're a person that thinks you hear the voices of God, seek help. But let's say God tried speaking to me directly. Okay? What would be my most likely train of thought? Not that God is real, right? Like that seems like I probably wouldn't do that because my first thought would be, oh no, I'm going crazy. I'm losing my mind. But what if it was God? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be open to the possibility of being wrong. And Christian or atheists that are 100% on the scale of 1 to 10 atheist, they're kind of wrong in their approach. This is why Richard Dawkins says on a scale of 1 to 10, he's a 9 atheist. He is like 99% sure that God isn't real. But he leaves the small percent that something is out there. Because we understand on an intrinsic level that there is something bigger than ourselves in the math. Now, we don't know what that bigger than ourself is. I describe it as just the universe. Like I say all the time, the universe provides. And that's why I can get behind sentiments like all pathways lead to enlightenment. Because like I'm pretty sure that if you live a just life alongside the teachings of Jesus, you'll probably be a better person than if you just lived life off of every want and desire. But you can also do the same thing without God. As long as you do good things in pursuit of doing good things, that's ultimately what matters. I agree with that atheist statement. We should have a debate one day. Hell yeah, dude. But like even Jordan Peterson talks about this to some degree. Because like what he talks about is an underlying spirituality that like even people like Sam Harris has talked about. Like Ham Harris, even though he's an atheist, has gotten a lot into meditation and searching through like the spiritualness of the universe. Aliens, you know, but there is something that has created all things, you know. Now, to what degree or whatever, like the Big Bang came from something. Like there is like some kind of almost collective sense of like a self, you know. Like there are intrinsic things that we as humans cannot really do without suffering a consequence, you know. People that do bad things in the name of good still often have to deal with the bad things they've done, and they carry a constant weight on them probably their entire life because they might have done something that goes against being human. You know what I mean? Like we intrinsically have values that are shared across multiple religions that kind of more or less like reach out to individuals outside of just like God. When we talk about belief, we just mean like the intrinsic spirit of faith, and that faith into like something like that faith in liberalism, that faith in like your neighbor will do the right thing, that faith, like that's all built on the same thing that is faith in God. And we understand that on a metaphysical level. Like we understand that like even like you have to have faith in your fellow neighbor. You have to have faith in the system. And then when those things are questioned, they weaken your faith in them, you know? That's why when people say both parties are bad, all they're really doing is damaging one party. Because usually it's in defense of their party to say both parties bad, because then it lowers down the expectations of the totality of both actions. All right, so this one's called Flow Slow Glow. That may not be his total name, but I like the naming convention. All right, let's see what we're working with here.
So
Life is a story, let it get gory. Write it better than Dr. Seuss. Cat in the hat, but I gave him a bat so your skull will be cracked. Rip off your mask, it's mine for the taking. You.
So here we go, dude. Like that's a good metaphor. You know what I mean? That's good. And then it was followed by a visceral action. That's smooth.
Gory, write it better than Dr. Seuss. Cat in the hat, but I gave him a bat so your skull will be cracked. Rip off your mask, it's mine for the taking. You up in the church, you're still for the aching. Life is a curse, I don't care what you worth. Twist up your mind like Twizzlers, then laugh while I'm
not gonna lie, that Twizzlers line was a little rough for me. But that might be more of a trap thing. Remember, I don't really write too much in trap. So like, I understand that trap has like a lot of off rhymes or harsh statements that like are meant to stand out. So I may not be the best judge for this, okay?
worse. Don't care who's around or where I'm at. I ain't got no filter. Fuck your feelings, scary shit like Thriller. Michael Jackson mixed with Jeffrey Dahmer, musical killer under the street light, up in the midnight fire bright. See like a dog, call it hindsight. Real slim with a shady flow. Say the wrong thing, then you might get buried below. Murder anybody with a dirty pole. Your girl a dirty hoe, dig you a grave and hole. Laughing at your tombstone like LOL, shit's taking a toll.
I will say that my girlfriend is a proud feminist, so I have to say that I'm not necessarily cool with the second verse, because a happy wife is a happy life. You know what I mean?
Reinforce pressure, I'm passing y'all measure in this game forever. Gotta teach y'all the game, teacher. Giving a lecture. I walk in the room and the temperature changes. You wanted attention, now look what you made it. I came with a pen and a head full of madness. You came with the ego, I came with the damage.
I like that. You came with the ego, and I came with the damage. That's pretty fire, dude.
like the waves of the ocean, like the ghost that's floating, like I put on some lotion. Like the waves of the ocean, like the ghost that's floating, like I put on some lotion. Keep the whole room in motion.
I'm not necessarily sure the lotion line. I don't know. For me, that would be a hard one to rock out to while I'm driving down the road. You know what I mean? Like if I was playing this in I miss my car so much. What was it? 5.7? No. Yeah, it was the 5.7 RT Challenger with the windows down, bro, with that Hemi roaring. I would not want that line to come out while I was rocking out. You know what I mean? Like, put on the lotion. Like it puts the lotion on the skin. I get it. It's a metaphor. It's hilarious. But that's a hard line to get to get down to. You know what I mean?
Like I put on some lotion. Keep the whole room in motion.
Like the stars in the sky, yeah, I gotta shine bright. Make them see my shine, make them feel my fight. They can talk all day, I don't care what they type. Out their pain in the music, then I turn up the mic. Make and create, that's all that I do. Say you love Jesus in public, then go home and do you. Then you see me say truth, now you giving me hey, y'all stay on the average base. I'm changing the play, short lines, but they not lies. Almost in my prime like Tyson. Call him little bro.
Yeah, it is cool. It's just, that would be not one you bump in the car. You know what I mean? Like, this is like a headphone song. But it's cool, man. It's working. There's a lot of good metaphors here. And more metaphors need to, like, I need to learn to speak in metaphor. I just need to fucking learn how to do it. I just can't, though. You know, like, I do it. It's going to be my challenge.
Short lines, but they not lies. Almost in my prime like Tyson. Call him little bro. He my son, I'm a beast like a lion. Fuck around, become evil like Scar, and I'll leave a mark. You ain't shit, just a skid mark. I'm on the dot, you can't take my spot. This joint too hot. Y'all just some kids, better watch when it drops. I got jokes in the middle of thirst, got a beat in my chest and a pin in my hand. You can talk all you want, but I'm doing what I can. Turn a thought to a bar, turn a bar to a brand. I don't need your approval, I don't need your applause. I just step on the beat and start breaking the laws. Not literally, relax.
I'm just talking my shit.
But if the beat gets a body, then I'm calling it lit. I've been in the middle of a riddle with a little bit of venom in the rhythm of my syllables. Minimal, never I'm cynical, critical, lyrical, difficult. Every individual syllable getting more ridiculous. Quick with it, slip with it, flip with it, dip with it. Every little bit of the rhythm, bit of intricate. Tick-tock, wristwatch, tick-walk, tick-talk, hit-stop, lip-lock, deep drive, shit-pop. Full flow, bozo, no control over low back.
Hey.
Everybody knows the code. I'm rhyming my mind while I'm writing the line, and I tighten the time and it's slice it in time with a
Nah, this is fire, dude. You need to release it. This is fucking fire. There's like a few lines that are a little corny, but like this is fire, dude.
Bite of a rhyme and the light in my eyes. If I strike with the mic, better like what you find. I'm erratic, dramatic, automatic. My habits are havoc, the cadence is manic. You panic, I vanish, can land with the pattern that rattles the speakers and shakes up the cabin. No pause, more bars, go hard, so far, low voice, cold, hard, big noise, whole room white. I'm switching up low, then switching it back, then twisted the track till the rhythm go flat, then picking it up when the kick comes back, and I'm spitting so quick you might miss half the facts. Slow with the waves, slow with the ghost, glow in the bass, it's straight through your soul. Rhyme on the inside, rhyme on the outside, rhyme on the speak, rhyme on the go quiet. Words overlap like a train on the track, one rhyme in the front and another in the back. I came with a pen, you came with a plan, I came with a beat and it's meant to the jam. Now, bring that whole hook along, long, 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 long. Bring that whole hook along, flow, like the waves of the ocean, like a ghost that's floating, like I put on some lotion. Like the waves of the ocean, like a ghost that's floating, like I put on some lotion. Keep the whole room in motion. Keep the whole room in motion. So
I mean, that was sick, bro. Other than like a few corny lines, but there's something I want to show you guys here to show you what I'm talking about when I say AI-isms, which this didn't really have any. So hell yeah, mad props, bruh. I wish my unreleased tracks were bangers like that, because then they would just be released. But mine are terrible. But yeah, dude, your playing around is better than my playing around. All right, let me just show you what I mean by AI-isms. We're just going to do this. Hello. Please write me a song about cake for Suno. I wonder how many AI-isms. I'll be your ghostwriter, don't worry. Hell yeah, dude. It's gonna do its first thing where it tries to generate a song. It does this every fucking time. Hurrah! Jesus Christ, dude. I don't ever want this to ever do this, but it just does this every time. Every time. Get all these image animation requests. Keep that open. Get right. There we go. Keep that one there. Okay. No, please build me a track. Build a blueprint for Suno. So remember, I didn't put anything into this whatsoever. This is going to be purely AI generated. No input from me whatsoever. Let's go look at what words they use. Cloud of floor. I don't remember what I told it. Velvet and sugar. What the? All right, sorry. So the title would be Velvet something. So already an AI word right there. Measuring the silence with the oven. Low and slow. I hate this shit. Watching through the glass. Something that won't last. That's kind of like super AI, right? It's not writing any of them so much yet. I don't see Ghost in here. Maybe Ghost was not, our cake wasn't the one that we should have been doing. It didn't actually do a bunch. What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Why are you generating another track? What the fuck? Dude, I can't stand Google AI, bro. There's a reason why this one's free, dude. Is the AI improving? There's always a chance, dude. Because I'll tell you what, I have one song on my Aphelion album that is written by AI. Because I do it in every. So I release an album. I do a whole concept album, and then like one song. Let's hit the dislike button. I'm so sick of you doing that. No, please, for Suno only. I will not buy your dog shit fucking music generation. All right. I hear the neighbors down the street, but my rhythm's got a slower kind of beat. No shadows on the wall but my own, funny how that feels like a throne. Of dust and paper, books and tea, just the quiet company of me. A little flame, there we go, there's an AI word, flame. It fucking loves that shit. That's missing all the spark. There we go, there's 2 AI words. I'm perfectly a drone drifting through the gray, watching all the hours drift away. Isn't it sad? It's just the truth of it, learning how to let the lonely sit. I'm looking for Ghost. I know Ghost is going to be in here. The clock is ticking louder than the rain, looking at the word through the window pane. I don't need to speak. I don't need to hide. There's no one waiting on the other side. Just a book I haven't finished yet, a stain of mine I can't forget. I used to fear the ringing of the phone, but used to hate the feeling of being unknown. There's a piece in this empty space, a reflection on my face. I'm finally meeting who I am without a script, without a plan. Dude, is it not going to say Ghost? Yo, dude, AI might be like changing up its common words. Because like, dude, what are the most common AI terms in songs? Like ghost or static. As soon as I'm live, it just doesn't work. All right. Large language models like tools like Suno and Uno draw heavily on common tropes, statistical archetypes in their training data. When given open-ended lyrical prompts, AI models default to specific visual and emotional shorthand words to signal mood, atmosphere, or depth. Yeah, neon lights is another. Yeah, dude. Ghost, phantom, shadow, static, hum, buzz, echoes. That's the fucking word, dude. Echoes is so commonly used in AI writing that like, and it's a bummer because echo is like a really good line. Like it infers so much. You know what I mean? Whispers used whenever the rhyme with convey regret. Velvet, a favorite texture word used to make physical objects sound intimate or smooth. Velvet skies, velvet dark. Neon, obviously. Chains, cages, walls, ashes. Yeah, ashes is a big one, dude. Which is a bummer. Fire and flames, yeah. Cold coffee, spilled tea. Overused AI rhymes, fire, desire, night, light, dark, spark, shadow, meadows, or glows, rain, rain, or rain, pain, and heart and start. Why does AI... statistically density. Large language modules aim for high emotional density. Words like ghost, echo, static, and neon carry strong symbolic weight across millions of lyrics, poems, and fiction text. The AI defaults to them because they're reliable, signal a mood without needing a detailed narrative. Single syllables, concrete, light, dark, rain, flame are easy to slot into standard 4x4 musical meters, making them safe choices for song structure. So you can add like a list of this to make it to AI. I wouldn't do all that. So typically when I write a song, dude, I just come up in this little box here. I type out whatever dog shit I'm typing out, you know, and then while I'm in here, I build it all up. And then I go in there and be like, yo, spell check my shit. Cause like, dude, spell check is a necessity for me, my dude. There was one song that, someone liked one of my hooks. I didn't even, okay, cool. Let's see here. Let's see what we're doing here. Let's go to library. Let's go to playlist because I wanted to show you this is such a beautiful update. So all the pros playlists are in here, right? Because I went through and liked all of Pro's playlist. So like, and now this guy's playlists are in here because now they just appear. All of your playlist, everything you've ever liked on a playlist now shows up here. So now you can just go get full albums on people. That's really cool. And then when you hit my playlist, it'll change it up. So to see your stuff, which is, where was it? Here it is. Collabs. Abandoned Soul, bro. 15 plus people, bro. That's wild, dude. So I didn't really know what set all this up. I just know Guster's sent me a message going, "Hey man, I'm probably not going to get enough people into this. Can I add you to the lottery to see what you're doing?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, dude, sure. You need help? I'll help out. I'm not unemployed, bro. I got time." You know what I mean? But all I knew was that he said where it's going to be a song about someone going away to war, that he doesn't want to go away to war, fighting people, and it's like sadness or something. He doesn't want to leave his family behind. So apparently the song's theme was him. The first style was Love. The second style was Phoenix Rising. Third style was Broden. And Broden and Phoenix Rising, actually all three of these people have been featured on this channel. Song speed, beats per minute, I Survived, who's also a pretty sick person. Vocal gender, obviously, was Starlight. Weirdness, I didn't even, Zero Residue. That's crazy that you selected someone for that. Style influence, they're setting, okay. Ape Lincoln, I don't think I've recognized that name. Max Cray. So the first verse was done by Bottom of the Barrel. Pre-chorus, Lost to God. Like, bro, I got this. Like, the pre-chorus was like the one no one would want. That's 4 lines to explain a feeling. Fuck that, dude. The chorus was Band of Sorrows. The chorus is the one that's going to have the most significant weight. Like, it's like the big release. So this was the hardest one. The verses you can mess around a little bit with, but like doing the core, that would be the one I would never want. You know what I mean? Song title was Street Dolls. Cyberstorm, one of the first people we talked about on this channel, did the actual cover art. Hell yeah, dude. All right, dude, let's get into the track, dude. Let all these people get their moment, dude. All these people worked on this. Hell yeah.
I swore I'd never leave this house, never tear this family apart. But the world's on fire, and the only shield I've got is my heart. My kids' laughter still rings in the hall. My wife's touch lingers on my sleeve. I'm walking into the dark now. I can save him from those chaos, I believe.
I can save them from those chaos, I believe. I don't know if that line works. I feel like that might have been, who did that? The intro, first one. Max Cray. I can save them from those chaos. Wouldn't be that chaos? Wouldn't that? I could save them from that chaos, I believe. I don't know about that one. Okay. I mean, it all works. Just I don't know if that one line relays.
Those chaos, I believe. Broken news falls on my head, tears and pain rolling in this dread. I say goodbye to protect what's mine. Dropped in this war, I walked the line so far away with family in my head. Isolation is what this has bred. I push on protection from afar. No matter how this goes, I hold the scars.
I mean, for a first verse, it's pretty good. It's not missing anything. It's doing pretty good. That was Bottom of the Barrel, which I think had like my least favorite rap verse in that one gigantic 10-minute rap song. But see, like here, just like in that rap song, they're sticking very close to the initial prompt, which is good for what we're doing, especially because none of us knew what anyone was doing. But that's pretty cool because that means it works pretty well. As long as you stick to the prompt, other people can also do the same thing. There were no crazy mix-ups, and ironically, there were no crazy mix-ups because, like, honestly, I thought with 15 random people doing random things, there would have been a lot of repeat rhymes and a lot of repeat, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't there be, you know? But like this relays all of the information that is going to be in the course. So that's cool, man. That's cool.
If I fall tonight, forget the monster in the dark. Tell the tale of a father with his children in his heart. Leave the soldier in the ash. And remember who I was.
See, I did an AI-ism right there, though. I used Ash. I couldn't think of a better way to describe it, so I was like, fuck it, Ash works. But like, leave the soldier... It should be leave the soldier in the past. Because that would have actually rhymed. No. No. Ash is just a lazy way. I took an AIism out, bro. I should not have used Ash there. That's on me. You know what I mean? Shit.
Can't remember who I was. The rebels war, cross to the torn. The one who leaves his home behind. Regret reborn, ships leave the shore. One can only hope they will be alright.
So, and again, I'm not trying to besmirch Band of Sorrows, great creator. A Rebels War, I don't know, is because like we don't know who's the who's the rebel. Is the people fighting a rebel, or are they rebels on the other side? Like, who's the rebel in this equation? I don't know where the rebel title lands and who's it for. It doesn't really express that are we going out to fight a rebel insurgency? Is that what we're doing? And that's why we're being pulled from our family? I don't know. I don't know if that's like the best line for... I like the cost of the torn. That's really good. I don't know if a Rebels War was the entry point, personally.
One can only hope they will be alright. Abandoned souls left at home, trying to protect them. Both here and there, but as every soldier knows, while facing the evils of this world, he can't control what happens here or at home. This fight inside alone. Between the silence and the smoke, I hear your laughter calling me. It drifts like birds across the dawn, a distant kind of melody.
Who wrote verse 2, dude? This one's hitting, dude. Oh, Red. Okay, I need to get more into who that guy is.
Silence in the smoke, I hear your laughter calling me. It drifts like birds across the dawn, a distant kind of melody. My hands were never made for war, they learned your names before the blaze. So every battle that I face is love disguised as sacrifice. If hope can find me through the night, then I'll keep walking toward the dawn. For every step that takes me far is the one that brings your future home.
See, I don't know about that, though. Like, I don't know if a soldier who is, like, on the verge of battle is going to be thinking about, like, words like future or something. I don't know if that fits with the mindset of a soldier. It fits of the mindset of a person writing about a soldier. But if we're trying to embody a soldier's mindset, like, typically who's going to be going to war? It's usually slightly less educated people, because like highly educated people are not the ones that sign up for the army. You know, like a soldier having to be pulled from their family out of obligation for combat, or obligation to a state, or obligation to a community, is probably going to be slightly lower on the intellectual ladder. Not that they are dummies or anything like that. It's just that the type of person, statistically speaking, that gets into the military is usually slightly on the lower end of the intelligence spectrum, versus like a higher intelligence people get into, like, you know, the Air Force and stuff like that. You know, I think I don't know if they would cling to values and words in that regard. I feel like it would have been a little more. It would have been a little less. It would have been a little more on the nose, but a little less pontificating. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a little less about like the weight, and it's going to be more about the burden. You know, same semblance, but like there would have been a difference there in the way that that person describes that, I would imagine. But then again, like, look at like Japan, right? Like, their warrior class were a part of their ruling class, so their warrior class used poetry, arts, and stuff like that. They were heavy. Like, most people couldn't read in Japan, but if you were a soldier or a samurai, you could. You know what I mean? Because you were a noble class. So maybe I could just be speaking out of my ass here.
Far as the one that brings your future home. If I fall tonight, forget the monster in the dark. Tell the tale of a father with his children in his heart. Leave the soldier in the ash and remember who I was. A rebel's war, cost to the torn. The let them forget my name. Tell them every mile I walk was to keep the monsters chained. Every lonely night I spent was another dawn they see. I'd rather
Like even here, who did the bridge? I don't remember. Soul, okay. Like the monsters chained. I don't know. Like, would we view them as monsters? I would imagine Person in War would probably view them that way. So no, yeah, that's probably accurate. Because like the American soldiers in World War II probably viewed Germans as monsters and the Japanese as monsters, you know. So okay. No, yeah, that tracks.
and forget my name. Tell them every mile I walk was to keep the monsters chained. Every lonely night I spent was another dawn they see. I'd rather carry all this war than let it reach my family. So God, if you can hear me through the smoke and the fire, keep my baby safe tonight, it's my only desire. If this armor breaks before I ever see their face, let my love be what survives, even if I don't.
So I love the let my love be what survives. But even if I don't know if I like that ending line. Something about that is like too formal. It also just, I don't feel like that's what a way that a soldier would say that. But how would you say that otherwise? That's a very complicated thing. Because the sentiment is super powerful. But I feel like there'd be a more poetic way to wax about that than if I don't. But then again, maybe the harshness, like maybe it's playing into the thing, right? Like, again, my criticism of that other line was it didn't feel like that's like a way that a soldier in that circumstance would feel. But maybe I don't is because, like, again, soldiers, you know, at least in America's sense, are usually the working class children. You know what I mean? And the working class fluctuate between hyper intelligent to your other option is a lifetime at McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, and if given the opportunity between a decent job that can give you into the middle class or work at McDonald's your whole life, you know what I mean? So maybe that is an actual like way that soldier would say that. Now that I think about it, now that I'm putting some more thought into it.
This armor breaks before I ever see their face. Let my love be what survives, even if I don't. A rebel's war, cost of the toil. The one who leaves his home behind. Regret reborn, ships leave the shore. One can only hope they will be alright. Abandoned souls left at home, trying to protect them, both here and there. But as every soldier knows, while facing the evils of this world, he can't control what happens here or at home. This fight inside alone, I'm still here, watching over you from far away. The nights never end. I'm still here.
Like, what a wild project, dude. I can't believe that 15 strangers came together without knowing anything about anyone else's work and made a pretty stellar track. It's probably not something I would rock too often, to be 100% honest with you. And there's just a lot of trap stuff that's on. Like, I'm at the point now where I'm kind of getting overblown on trap. You know, but it's such a popular thing, like on this platform. Like, Jesus Christ. But I mean, dude, it's dope that this piece came out. Like, if I had to rate people on this, which isn't like what we're supposed to be doing, but like I'll do it anyway. I think the weakest thing on here, besides my pre-chorus, is probably going to either be verse 1 or the chorus itself. But that doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, the weakest link is obviously me. But like outside of that, I think that like the chorus has some really good stuff into it. But there's like a handful of lines in here, especially the line in there about like what a soldier knows. I don't know if that like an actual soldier would hear that and go, yeah, these guys get it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's some presumption on that could probably read, because I don't think any of us are actually soldiers. You know what I mean? And I don't know if maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Adam is totally a soldier and he went to war. I don't know. But I feel like attributing like a level of certainty to a line that like you may not be able to attribute, just I don't know if it's going to sit as well with someone outside of that paradigm. And then the verse 1 was probably, it's pretty good, but it was very direct. It was like the most direct out of all the lines or potential entries. But I mean, everyone did phenomenal. Like everyone did better than me. You know what I'm saying? We take the truth around here. But hell yeah, dude. It's cool that I got to work on something with Love, despite Love not really fucking with me. That's hilarious. I figured he'd be in here talking shit. You know what I mean? Like, like, damn, who wrote that pre-chorus? That fat piece of shit. Whoa, man! Dude, it's $15 a month now for that. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, I'm so low on credits right now, dude. Holy fuck! I have like 300. I got to stop making video. I have 350 credits, and I still have to write my song for the weekly challenge. Wait, what day is it? Today's Tuesday, right? Like, fuck, I still have time. Okay. Yeah, dude. Jesus Christ. But I guess I'm gonna jump off here. I'm gonna, spend a little time with the lady. I'm gonna listen to one more track before I roll out, and it's gonna just be one kind of showing something off, I guess. Let's see. There is a fun one on here that I wanted to play. As a reactor, as a content thing, I feel like this is the song for my YouTube channel, and I stand by it, dude.
My stupid mouth. My stupid mouth. My stupid mouth. My stupid mouth. I say what I sing what I say. Every single word, every single day. In a rhyme or a rant or the space in between. Fumbling the pitch on the digital screen. I skirt past grace like a storm in my head. Drowning in a million things left unsaid. Words hit the floor like concrete blocks. Trapped in a haze in a maze of thoughts. From the corner of the room to the center stage. Talking about power while I turn the page. My stupid mouth gets in the way. I get caught in a loop with too much to say. Pause the track. No, don't press freeze. I'm just a joke on stage, trying not to choke my stupid mouth. Running hot every day. Let the end come down. I'ma speak anyway. Going a million miles an hour right now. Watch the room go sour. Don't ask me how. If you speak how you feel, watch the views go down. Just like Stannis lost the whole damn crown. Put the issue to bed or lose your head like a king in the north. Yeah, honor bound Ned. I'm here to hear the track, let the bass line roll. Shut the fuck up and surrender control. Speak my truth through the noise in the crowd. If I'm gonna break down, I'ma break down loud. My stupid mouth gets in the way. I get caught in a loop with too much to say. Pause the track. No, don't press freeze. I'm just a joke on stage, trying not to choke my stupid mouth. Running hot every day. Let the end come down. I'ma speak anyway. Absent of grace. Every pretty word fumbles out of place. Press play. My stupid.
Well, pause. All right, guys. I'm going to probably do a lot more of the streaming where we just get in here, listen to some music. If no one's on, play some video games, do some conversations. Maybe even one of these days we sit down and have a debate with iDalta, and he can school me on Christianity, man. Either way, I plan on doing a lot more of these. I plan on diving into more topics, minor politics, debate reviews, song reviews, just doing it all, man. Feel free to stop on by. We'll try another time this week and test this out and see how it goes, man. Thank you for everyone that took the time to stop in and say hello, hang out with us. Please have yourself a wonderful day. Please party as hard as you can and be safe out there.